Yep.
Oh, joy. I'm probably pretty quiet on your stream. That.
I heard you perfectly on.
You know what would have been a good throwback name for this stream, Corbin?
What?
If you'd have called it something like "You Need to Read More." Don't you remember that?
Yeah.
That was like there was like this thing with Hybrid when we first started talking to him.
Mm-hmm. Is my live stream working fine?
I mean, I saw you go live. I can double check the stream though. Hold on. Yeah, it's coming through. Like, I see you flipping me off and stuff.
What?
You.
Huh? What?
Fuck you. No, fuck you, Leatherhead.
What are you talking about, dude? Alright, I started the stream, now I'm not gonna do shit for a while.
Just gonna sit here and wait and let people do, like, I mean, granted, nobody's gonna fucking watch this anyway.
Yeah, I'm not waiting for anybody to show up, I'm just gonna smoke here to waste time.
Welcome to this, like, 420.
That's terrible, Angela. Don't talk like that.
Never you.
That's it. I've had it. Now I'm gonna, like, commit horrible genocide.
Good. You know what's really funny? Some of my coworkers when they got here earlier were like literally quoting Beverly Hills Joel.
What?
Yeah, like a bunch of my Mexican coworkers were saying, "Are you a Mexican or a Mexicans?"
Yeah, I freaking hate that shit.
It was funny though.
Well, I've literally talked to people that, like, I freaking, like, when I remember being a kid and there were, like, these girls that were making that same fucking joke from that movie where they're like, oh yeah, I'm Mexican or Mexican.
Yeah, but it's funnier when it's a bunch of grown men.
Yeah.
Especially since, like a couple of them are, like, wannabe cholos who think they're badass.
Mm-hmm.
That's that fucking scammer that, like, said that he liked to watch gangster shit and then said he liked Kung Fu Panda.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Chinga chinga ching chong ching chong wong. You know, I freaking love the Japanese, like, equivalent to that, where it's the ting 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 ting. Yo.
Indeed.
Okay, so the Greeks weren't in general gay, but what about the Japanese? Do you think the Japanese probably did molest as many boys as they say?
Is that a thing that's said?
Yeah, like a thing in like historians say about, like, samurai culture, that they molested, like, boys and, like, dressed them up like women.
I could see it being more accurate with them than the Greeks because it definitely they got some weird stuff, you know.
Yeah. And, like, to be fair, the elites in Greece did do that, but that's not what people mean when people are saying it. They're trying to make it seem like it was a normal thing in Greece, but it wasn't normal.
Yeah. And even amongst the elite, it was hated. Like, it was despised. It was a subgroup of the elite that were fucking considered subhuman by the other elite.
I think it's probably similar to the way it's treated in our current culture, actually.
Yeah. With like Epstein and that kind of shit.
Yeah. Like, I think what's happening now isn't actually anything new historically. Like, I think that now we have better technology, but other than that, all the shit that's happening now is the same shit that happened at the end of Rome or at the end of many other civilizations. Which is why I think it's ridiculous when people treat it like it's the apocalypse.
Yeah. So Corbin, are you dropping a white pill here? Are you saying that this ain't a black pill?
Well, it might be the end of us. Like, we're probably still pretty fucked, but I'm saying the world itself and humanity itself will go on, obviously.
Well, yeah.
And we could evolve into literally anything after this. Who knows? We could be some retarded ass goo or something. I mean, like...
Well, if it's the end of humanity as we know it, then that basically to me is equivalent to apocalypse.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the end of humanity. I think humanity's still going to go on, and it's going to evolve in its own way.
Well, that's why I said, Corbin, that's why I said humanity as we know it.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, like, if we... Well, yeah, I think it is basically over in a lot, then kind of. I mean, obviously, I don't know, but it looks like we're not evolving into anything better.
Oh, yeah. No, I think we're pretty fucked, and I think it's funny that we get called naive saying...
Because, like, if you look at men in general, like, we as a species are just going to decrease in testosterone. Like, men are just increasing in so much estrogen. I don't think there's anything that could really fix it at this point.
Like, I think it is possible things get better, but again, I think things need to get a hell of a lot worse before they get anywhere near remotely better.
And, like, and also when it comes to, like, the control of everything. Not saying that there's anybody behind anything like that, or any group of people.
No, of course not.
But,
Incidentally, what's your opinion on digging tunnels? Any thoughts on that? Just out of nowhere, under the...
I think digging tunnels is pretty cool. It's like Minecraft, you know?
Yeah.
You know those wacky Jews, they like Minecraft.
They sure do. You know, it's funny though. I'm not gonna make that joke because it's YouTube. Never mind. Let's just say it also involves mine.
All I'm saying is, we should put some more alligators in the sewers.
Seems pretty legit.
Now let's read a good book by a Jewish woman, Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand is totally red-pilled and based, and also caused the destruction of America.
Yeah, she's also not red-pilled and based in all the ways that she's not, but she also has some dumb opinion things about.
Well, yeah, like, I would still say Ayn Rand, basic, like, See, I definitely wouldn't call Ayn Rand, like, a feminist, though, because she does believe in, male authority, and also that one part of the book, the part in Fountainhead where she justifies a certain thing.
Right.
But her views on abortion were dumb.
Right, no. Yeah. No, I definitely think she is the most based woman.
Mm-hmm. But I also think, like, you know, like, her view of liberalism would still lead to the destruction of America, I think. And I guess technically it did. Because, like, I would say, like, and also, because the Art Deco art style like polluted everything, and now like art is like really bad. And the modernist buildings that are sort of described in the Fountainhead are kind of everywhere now, and they look bad.
Yeah. But something I think is funny. Do you think Hard Luck thinks that Ayn Rand
Do I think Hard Luck thinks what?
that Ayn Rand is a sociopath?
Yeah, probably. I imagine.
Yeah, because like a lot of conservatives call Ayn Rand a sociopath, so there's no way Hard Luck doesn't, right?
I think Ayn Rand might have actually had like autism or sociopathy or whatever you ever say.
No, I agree. Ayn Rand legitimately probably was a sociopath.
Yeah. But that's why I think more people should be like her, is because I think there's definitely lots of good qualities in sociopaths. Like, I don't think that they're like the scum of the earth like people think. I'll start reading now. Air which Guy Francone could always permit himself, the huge hall before him came to life in applause and approval. A sea of faces, young, perspiring, and eager, had been raised solemnly for 45 minutes to the platform, where Guy Francone had held forth as the speaker at the commencement exercises of the Stanton Institute of Technology. Guy Francone, who had brought his own person from New York for the occasion. Guy Francone of the illustrious firm of Francone and Hire, Vice President of the Architects Guild of America, member of the American Academy of Arts and Letters, member of the National Fine Arts Commission, Secretary of the Arts and Crafts League of New York, Chairman of the Society for Architectural Enlightenment of the USA, Guy Francone, Knight of the Legion of Honor of France, decorated by the governments of Great Britain, Belgium, Monaco, and Siam. Guy Francone, Stanton's greatest alumnus, who had designed the famous Frank National Bank building of New York City, on the top of which 25 floors above the pavements there burned in a miniature replica of the Hadrian Mausoleum, a wind-blown torch made of glass, and the best General Electric bulbs. Guy Francone descended from the platform fully conscious of his timing and movements. He was of medium height and not too heavy, with just an unfortunate tendency to stoutness. Nobody he knew would give him his real age, which was 51. His face bore not a wrinkle, nor a single straight line. It was an artful composition in globes, circles, arcs, and ellipses, with bright little eyes twinkling wittily. His clothes displayed an artist's infinite attention to details. He wished, as he descended the steps, that this were a coeducational school. The hall before him, he thought, was a splendid specimen of architecture, made a bit stuffy today by the crowd and by the neglected problem of ventilation. But it boasted green marble dados, Corinthian columns of cast iron painted gold, and lands of gilded fruit on the walls. The pineapples, particularly, thought Guy Francone, had stood the test of years very well. It is thought Guy Francone touching. What? It is, thought Guy Francone, touching. It was I who built this annex and this very hall 20 years ago, and here I am. The hall was packed with bodies and faces so tightly that one could not distinguish at a glance which faces belonged to which bodies. It was like a soft shivering aspic made of mixed arms, shoulders, chests, and stomachs. One of the heads, pale, dark-haired, and beautiful, belonged to Peter Keating. He sat well in front, trying to keep his eyes on the platform because he knew that many people were looking at him and would look at him later. He did not glance back, but the consciousness of those centered glances never left him. His eyes were dark, alert, intelligent, his mouth a small, upturned crescent, faultlessly traced, was gentle and generous and warm, with the faint promise of a smile. His head had a certain classical perfection in the shape of the skull, in the natural wave of black ringlets about finely hollowed temples. He held his head in the manner of one who takes his beauty for granted, but knows that others do not. He was Peter Keating, star student of Stanton, president of the student body, captain of the track team, member of the most important fraternity, voted the most popular man on the campus. The crowd was there, thought Peter Keating, to see him graduate, and he tried to estimate the capacity of the hall. They knew of his scholastic record, and no one would beat his record today. Oh well, there was a Schlinker. Schlinker had given him stiff competition, but he had beaten Schlinker this last year. He had worked like a dog because he had wanted to beat Schlinker. He had no rivals today. Then he felt suddenly as if something had fallen down inside his throat to his stomach, something cold and empty, a blank hole rolling down and leaving that feeling on its way. Not a thought, just the hint of a question asking him whether he was really as great as this day would proclaim him to be. He looked for Schlinker in the crowd. He saw his yellow face and gold-rimmed glasses. He stared at Schlinker warmly in relief, in reassurance, and gratitude. It was obvious that Schlinker could never hope to equal his own appearance or ability. He had nothing in doubt. He would always beat Schlinker and all Schlinkers of the world. He would let no one achieve what he could not achieve. Let them all watch him. He would give them good reason to stare. He felt the hot breaths about him and the expectation like a tonic. It was wonderful, thought Peter Keating, to be alive. His head was beginning to reel a little. It was a pleasant feeling. The feeling carried him unresisting and unremembering to the platform in front of all those faces. He stood slender, trim, athletic, and let the deluge break upon his head. He gathered from its roar that he had graduated with honors, that the Architects Guild of America had presented him with a gold medal, and that he had been awarded the Prix de Paris by the Society for Architectural Enlightenment of the USA, a 4-year scholarship. What is it?
I was just making fun of the way you said that.
Yeah. At the École de...
Also, I don't know if you saw it in the stream chat, I said more like Frank Bone and
more like Guy Frank Bone, yeah.
I like how the less retarded stream has a retarded name.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know it was going to be so retarded when I did it, so now I guess I'll do these retarded streams more often. A 4-year scholarship at the École des Beaux Arts in Paris.
It sounds like when Ace Ventura is trying to say shit, but he can't say it right.
Yeah. École des Beaux. Fuck. Then he was shaking hands, scratching the perspiration off his face, with the end of a rolled parchment nodding, smiling, suffocating in his black gown and hoping that people would not notice his mother sobbing with her arms about him. The president of the institute shook his head, booming, "Stanton will be proud of you, my boy." The dean shook his hand repeatedly. "A glorious future, a glorious future, a glorious future." "My patience is waning, is this entertaining? My boy." Professor Peterkin shook his head and patted his shoulder, saying, "You'll find absolutely essential."
Okay, that was weird. My mic was. Yeah, I can plug it twice. We can chat twice.
What?
I said I can bring your chat to life, you know?
Yeah.
Like Evanescence. Speed up!
You'll find it absolutely essential. For example, I had the experience when I built the Peabody Post Office. Keating did not listen to the West because he had heard the story of the Peabody Post Office many times. It was the only structure anyone had ever known Professor Peterkin to have elected. Before he sacrificed his practice to the responsibility.
How would Peter Keating go behind America's back like that?
Yeah, why did Peter Keating go against America's back like that? He used democracy to defeat the South. A great deal was said about Keating's final project, a palace of fine arts. For the life of him, Keating could not remember at the moment what that project was. To all this, his eyes held the vision of Guy Francois shaking his hand, and his ears held the sounds of Franco's mellow voice. That's why. As I have told you, it is still open, my boy. Of course, now that you have this scholarship, you will have to decide. A Beaux Arts diploma is very important to a young man, but I shall be delighted to have you in our office. The bank, what? Gosh darn it, I can't do this voice quieter. It's hard for me to do voices quiet for some reason.
It's very important to a young man, but I should be delighted to have you in our office. The banquet of the class of 22 was long and solemn. Keating listened to the speeches with interest. When he heard the endless sentences about young men as hope of American architecture and the future opening its golden gates, he knew that he was the hope and his was the future. And it was pleasant to hear this confirmation from so many eminent lips. He looked at the gray gray-haired orators and thought of how much younger he would be when he reached their positions, theirs and beyond them. Then he thought suddenly of Howard Rourke. He was surprised to find that the flash of the name in his memory gave him a sharp little twinge of pleasure. Before he could know why.
By the way, when I said future in the chat, it was supposed to be a Squidward reference, you know.
Future. This morning, he remembered. Howard Rourke had been expelled this morning. He reproached himself quietly. He made a determined effort to feel sorry. But the cigarette glow came back. Whenever he thought of the expulsion, the event proved conclusively that he had been a fool to imagine Rourke a dangerous rival. At one time, he had worried about Rourke more than about Schlenker, even though Rourke was 2 years younger and one class below him. If he had ever entertained any doubts on their respective gifts, hadn't this day settled it all? Gosh darn it, I really can't do these voices quietly.
Well, I mean, I know it still mostly works. I like it still sounds like Christian to me.
Ah. Ugh.
Well, that wasn't nice. My boy.
I'm gonna take another break and waste the 0 people watching's time.
Nice. It's funny because I've been trying my best. Trying back up fucking hell this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm fully aware that these streams are gonna be really retarded, but I don't care.
Well, like I said, I was trying to cut back on the. Since you asked me to, I was trying to cut.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I get some actual reading in on a reading stream, right?
Yeah. I wanna do more reading, but it is fun to do silly stuff. And if I feel like if I'm not being retarded, then I'm not being entertaining.
You think I should do like a creepypasta video tonight?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Should I finally continue Godzilla, or should I do?
Yeah, continue Godzilla.
Because it's been months since the last.
Yeah, I want you to do more creepypasta stuff. I like those videos. I like that you do all kinds of shit. Like, you can't be labeled as one thing. Like, you do such a variety of shit that like that's what I like about YouTube, is that you can just make your content based around your personality rather than any specific subject.
If people ask me about it, I think just find your. But the thing is, I have like 6 niches. I have like 6 things that I'm known for, and that's not even close to all the things.
Mm-hmm. Would you say you're a jack of all trades?
I would say in some regards, yes, but I'd say I'm a master. Like when it comes to gun a guy, I'm a master. But
Yeah.
I'm a jack of all trades, master of.
It'd be funny if I just like randomly started playing video games during this stream.
Yeah. Well, the thing that's nice about my channel, right? I don't think you can say that I'm like any other channel. There is no channel. Like I would say your channel is the closest thing to mine, and that's just because we. Did any of that even come through?
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, you can't just say that I'm like any other YouTuber. It's all of my, like, because I'm so different. Whereas, with, like, let's say, Into the Depths.
Who's John Smoth?
Fucking hell, I am going to fucking snap. I am going to snap at fucking Mike.
Oh, it's Riley. Yo, Riley. You want to hear me?
That's the point of view?
Yeah, from school. I don't know, Riley.
Oh.
I wouldn't give out your full initials, though, Riley.
Does he, would he freak out about how basic this?
I don't know. I don't know what level of based he is. I can't say. I got what? Fent cart? No. Because I'm not gay. JK, but not really.
That entire sentence reminds me of when Beaner's like, I was forced to do this against my will. Just kidding. He's like, oh yeah, I was forced to do this. Just kidding. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Riley, you need to watch my Sergeant Friends videos. They're the best thing I've ever done. You need to watch them.
They'll be my channel.
That'd be on Fugitive Red Eye's channel. You gotta check out Fugitive Red Eye's channel, okay, Riley?
Corbin does most of the art for it.
Yeah, the series Sergeant Friends. It's the only thing I've ever done
And
that's
he does
good.
like, so you do most of the art and you do half the. Fucking, I am going to fucking punch someone. Stop. But you do half of everything. We both basically contribute half.
Mm-hmm. I should probably start doing like actual reading again. Even though Rourke was 2 years younger and 1 class below him, if he had ever entertained any doubts on their respective gifts, hadn't this day settled it all? And he remembered Rourke had been very nice to him, helping him whenever he was stuck on a problem. Not stuck, really, just did not have the time to think it out, a plan or something. Christ, how Rourke could untangle a plan, like pulling a string and it was open. Well, what if he could? What did it get him? He was done for now, and knowing this, Peter Keating experienced, at last, a satisfying pang of sympathy for Howard Rourke. When Keating was called upon to speak, he rose confidently. He could not show that he was terrified. He had nothing to say about architecture, but he spoke his head high as an equal among equals, just subtly diffident, so that no great name present could take offense. He remembered saying, architecture is a great art. With our eyes to the future and the reverence of the past in our hearts, of all the crafts, the most important one sociologically, and as the man who is an inspiration to us all. Read the encyclopedia. I probably should, but I won't. Has said today, the 3 eternal entities are truth, love, and beauty. Then in the corridors outside, in the noisy confusion of leave-taking, a boy had thrown an arm about Keating's shoulders and whispered, run on home and get out of the soup and fish, Pete. What? Run on home and get out of the soup and fish, Pete. And it's Boston for us tonight, just our own gang. I'll pick you up in an hour. Huh?
Is that dialogue from the book?
Yeah, it says, run on home and get out of the soup and fish, Pete.
What the hell?
Oh, it's Pete whispered, okay. Run on
Oh, okay. But I don't know if you heard, Gordon, when he said read the encyclopedia, I said, why would you do that? Which is funny, because I've literally read encyclopedias. And I'm sure that didn't come through again, did it?
Yeah, you cut out.
No, but what I said was I'm gonna fucking, give me something to break, motherfucker. Yeah. But, is her box still over there? Yeah, I'm not. I'll take a look. I mean, if you want to help sort it, that'd be great. But
He said bro's a nerd. I'm reading freaking Atlas Shrugged, man.
Liar, you're reading Fountainhead.
You're right. I'm a liar now, and I'm stupid. See, I am clearly not a nerd. I don't even know what book I'm reading, dude.
No, but what I was saying is I was making fun of him saying read the encyclopedia. But I've literally read encyclopedias on.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, I read that third encyclopedia, and also I read the anime one.
Damn it, where the hell even am I? Then in the corridors outside, in the noisy confusion of leave-taking, a boy had thrown an arm about Keating's shoulder and whispered, "Run on home and get out of the soup and fish." Pete whispered, "What?" "Run on home and get out of the soup and fish, Pete. And it's Boston for us tonight, just our gang. I'll pick you up in an hour." This is slang. What the hell is this slang? Run on home and get out of the soup and fish, Pete? Is this what people said back then? Run on home and get out of the soup and fish, Pete. And it's Boston for us tonight. Just our own gang. I'll pick you up in an hour. Ted Schlinker had urged, "Of course you're coming, Pete. No fun without you. And by the way, congratulations. And all that sort of thing. No hard feelings. May the best man win." Keating had thrown his arm about Schlinker's shoulders. Keating's eyes had glowed with an intense kind of warmth, as if Schlinker were his most precious friend. Keating's eyes glowed like that on everybody. What? Keating's eyes glowed like that on everybody. He had said, "Thanks, Ted, old man. I really do feel awful about the AGA medal. I think you were the one for it, but you never can tell what possesses those old fogies." $2 million, but you can't use a calculator for 2 days. Are you taking it? I literally never use a calculator. I haven't used a calculator since school. You think I'm going to do math outside of school?
You're too busy doing math to do math.
Yeah.
Stop doing that methamphetamine and do your
It's funny.
mathematics.
He's calling me a friggin' nerd right now. And you know what? I'm not going to have it.
Yeah. Sounds like he's a bitch.
He doesn't understand how stupid I am. And I'll make him understand.
You will see how stupid I can be.
He's like, nah, because what if I could add up 2.1 mil bucks? Brody's heated. What? He said Brody's heated, put a praying freaking emoji and a crying emoji.
Dude, what kind of faggy slang is this? Brody's heated?
Yeah, he talks like this all the time. I don't get it, because I mean, like, it's what people my age talk like, but I don't fucking get it. I literally never talk like these people.
And frankly, you're above them.
No, Riley was one of the cool people I knew, though.
Oh yeah, I'm just shit talking. I literally know nothing.
He didn't talk like this, though, when I was in school with him. I will say that. But I was even more retarded in school. I was friggin', like, really retarded.
I know, I met you when you were still in school.
Yeah. He said Bloods from Gotham? What? Huh? What'd he say? Huh? What?
Do you think that Riley knows about Tommy Wright and how he creeps at night?
Oh yeah, Riley. Do you know Tommy Wright and how he creeps at night, dude? You don't. He hasn't even begun to creep, my nigga. Tommy Wright on the creep with the sawed off, dude. Come on. Don't you get it? See, this is what you sound like to me, basically, because I don't understand a goddamn thing you said, Riley. Riley said, I'm Tommy Wright. I think there's actually somebody that, like, around here named Tommy Wright or some shit, but not the Tommy Wright I'm talking about, obviously. The fucking Memphis rapper.
Tommy Wright near you?
Like, there's a Tommy Wright that lives somewhere around here I was told about, but I don't fucking know him.
But were you told that he also creeps at night?
No, though I've never heard of him creeping at night, but that would be pretty funny. On the creep with the friggin' sawed off. I'm sure Riley's probably seen those memes. Like, those memes are really
I
stupid.
guarantee that if he's online and he...
I mean, he talks like he's online a lot, so I don't know. Are you lighting up a doobster right now? No, dude, that's like horrible. That should be like, I think that should like warrant the death penalty.
Dude, why would he just admit to like illegal content on Henry Special? That reminds me of when I went to see Steven Crowder.
If you're smoking doobies, dude, for shame.
When me and Kyler went to see Steven Crowder and Dave Landau live, there was someone in the audience who asked him if he's done shrooms, and it's like, you asked me to admit to taking a...
Yeah.
Like, you really think I would just admit to illegal substance?
Yeah. This is such a these streams are so incoherent if you're just watching like later on. I guess I better begin reading wherever the fuck I have to guess wherever I was at. His mother, he thought, had done a great deal for him. As she pointed out frequently, she was a lady and had graduated from high school, yet she had worked hard, had taken boarders into their home, a concession unprecedented in her family. His father had owned a stationery store in Stanton. Changing times had ended the business, and a hernia had ended Peter Keating Sr. 12 years ago. Louisa Keating? This is probably a really common name, and I don't fucking know how to pronounce it. Louisa? Latifah? Louisa Keating had been left with the home, and that stood at the end of a respectable street. An annuity from an insurance kept up accurately. She had seen to that and her son. The annuity was a modest one, but with the help of the boarders and of a tenacious purpose, Mrs. Keating had managed in the summers. Her son helped clerking in hotels or posing for hat advertisements. Her son, Mrs. Keating, had decided would assume his rightful place in the world, and she had clung to this as softly, as inexorably as a leech. It's funny, Keating remembered at one time he had wanted to be an artist. It was his mother who had chosen a better field in which to exercise his talent for drawing, architecture. She had said, is such a such a respectable profession. Besides, you meet the best people in it. She had pushed him into his career. He had never known when or how. It's funny, thought Keating. He had not remembered that youthful ambition of his for years. It's funny that it should hurt him now to remember. Well, this was the night to remember it and to forget it forever. Architects, he thought, always made brilliant careers, and once on top, did they ever fail. Suddenly he recalled Henry Cameron, builder of skyscrapers 20 years ago, old drunkard with offices on some waterfront today. Keating shuddered and walked faster. He wondered as he walked whether people were looking at him. Yeah, Riley's telling me, can you repeat that and slow down and all this stuff? Yeah, it's a mess. I get fucked up a lot when I'm reading. Okay, hopefully when I read this page, I don't read it like I'm retarded. He watched the...
Well, that'd be something.
Yeah. He watched the rectangles of lighted windows when a curtain fluttered and a head leaned out. He tried to guess whether it had leaned to watch his passing. If it hadn't, someday it would. Someday they all would. Howard Rourke was sitting on the porch steps when Keating approached the house. He was leaning back against the steps, propped up on his elbows, his long legs stretched out. A morning glory climbed over the porch pillars as a curtain between the house and the light of a lamppost on the corner. It was strange to see an electric globe in the air of a spring night.
Howard Rourke sitting on the porch like a porch monkey.
Like a porch monkey?
Yeah.
I would love to have a monkey on my porch.
This one goes in Clark's, remember? Because he doesn't realize it has the racial connotations.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna bring back porch monkey. It made the street darker and softer. It hung alone, like a gap. Like a what? It hung alone, like a gap, like a gay man's anus, and left nothing to be seen but a few branches heavy with leaves. Standing still at the gap's edges, the small hint became immense, as if the darkness held nothing but a flood of leaves. The mechanical ball of glass made the leaves seem more living. It took away their color and gave the promise that in daylight they would be a brighter green than had ever existed. It took away one's sight and left a new sense instead, neither smell nor touch, yet both, a sense of spring and space. Keating stopped when he recognized the preposterous orange hair in the darkness of the porch. It was the one person whom he had wanted to see tonight. He was glad to find Rourke alone, and a little afraid of it. "Congratulations, Peter," said Rourke. Oh, thanks." Keating was surprised to find that he felt more pleasure than from any other compliment he had received today.
Hey, Peter!
He was timidly glad that Rourke approved, and he called himself inwardly a fool for it. I mean, do you know, or, he added sharply, has Mother been telling you? She has.
You know
She shouldn't have. Why not? Look, Howard, you know I'm terribly sorry about your being... Rourke threw his head back and looked up at him. Forget it, said Rourke. There's something I want to speak to you about, Howard, to ask your advice. Mind if I sit down? What is it?
Reminds me of the way you used to overemphasize the horror and horror.
Yeah, horror.
You say horror?
Horror. Keating sat down on the steps beside him. There was no part that he could ever play in Rourke's presence. Besides, he did not feel like playing a part now. He heard a leaf rustling in its fall to the earth. It was a thin, glassy spring sound. He knew for the moment that he felt affection for Rourke. This is kind of gay, dog.
Every day I run me.
An affection that held pain, astonishment, and helplessness. You won't think, said Keating gently in complete sincerity, that it's awful to me to be asking about my business when you've just been... I said, forget about that. What is it? You know, said Keating honestly and unexpectedly, even to himself. I've often thought that you're crazy, but I know that you know many things about it, architecture, I mean, which these fools never knew. And I know that you love it as they never will. Well? Well, I don't know why I would come to you, but Howard, I've never said it before, but you see, I'd rather have your opinion on things than the dean's. I'd probably follow the dean's, but it's just that yours means more to me myself. I don't know why.
I'd rather.
I would rather. I don't know why I'm saying this either. Rourke turned over to the... It would be so funny if I just kept doing the retard style of reading while Riley's watching this. I mean, at some point I gotta go back to that. I think it's funny to go back and forth.
Yeah.
I'd probably follow the dean's, but it's just that yours means more to me myself. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm saying this either. Rourke turned over on his side, looked at him, and laughed. It was a young, kind, friendly laughter, a thing so rare to hear from Rourke about that Keating felt as if someone had taken his hand in reassurance, and he forgot that he had a party in Boston waiting for him. Come on, said Rourke. You're not being afraid of me, are you? Why do you want to ask...
The
What do
mirror
you...
is really fucking homoerotic.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is funny that Riley showed up at like the most homoerotic part of it. It's for 4 years, but on the other hand, Guy Francone offered me a job with him some time ago. Today he said it's still open and I don't know which to take. Rourke looked at him. Rourke's fingers moved in slow rotation, beating against the steps. If you want my advice, Peter, he said at last, you've made a mistake already by asking me. By asking anyone, never ask people, not about your work. Don't you know what you want? How can you stand it to not know? You see, that's what I admire about you, Howard. You always know. Drop the compliments. But I mean it. How do you always manage to decide? How can you let others decide for you? But you see, I'm not sure, Howard. I'm never sure of myself. I don't know whether I'm as good as they all tell me I am. I wouldn't admit that to anyone but you. I think it's because you're always so sure about that. Petey, Mrs. Keating voice exploded behind them. Petey, sweetheart, what are you doing there? She stood in the doorway in her best dress of burgundy taffeta, happy and angry. And here I've been sitting all alone, waiting for you. What on earth are you doing on those filthy steps in your dress suit? Get up this minute. Come on, in the house, boys. I've got hot chocolate and cookies ready for you. What the hell? I don't think mothers like this exist anymore. But Mother, I wanted to speak to Howard about something important, said Keating, but he rose to his feet. She seemed not to have heard. She walked into the house. Keating followed. Rourke looked after them, shrugged. Rourke shrugged, rose and went in also. Mrs. Keating settled down in an armchair, her stiff skirt crackling. Well, she asked, what were you two discussing out there? Keating fingered an ashtray, picked up a matchbox, and dropped it. Then, ignoring her, turned to Rourke. Dang it. Look, Howard, drop the pose, he said, his voice high. Shall I junk the scholarship and go to work, or let Francone wait and grab the Beaux Arts to impress the yokels? What do you think? Something was gone. The one moment was lost. Now, Petey, let me get this straight, began Mrs. Keating. Oh, wait a minute, Mother. Howard, I've got to weigh it carefully. It isn't everyone who can get a scholarship like that. You are pretty good when you rate that. A course at the Beaux Arts. You know how important that is. I don't, said Rourke. Oh, hell, I know your crazy ideas, but I'm speaking practically. For a man in my position, ideals aside for a moment, it certainly is. You don't want my advice, said Rourke. Of course I do, I'm asking you. But Keating could never be the same when he had an audience, any audience. Something was gone. He did not know it, but he felt that Rourke knew. Rourke's eyes made him uncomfortable, and that made him angry. It's weird how desperately this guy wants Rourke's approval. It's really gay. I want to practice architecture, snapped Keating, not talk about it. Give you a great prestige, the old ecole, ecole puts you above the rank and file of the ex-plumbers who think they can build. On the other hand, an opening with Francone, Guy Francone himself offering it. Rourke turned away. How many boys will match that? Keating went on blindly. A year from now they'll be boasting they are working for Smith or Jones if they find work at all. Well, I'll be with Francone and higher. You're quite right, Peter, said Mrs. Keating, rising. On a question like that, you don't want to consult your mother. It's too important. I'll leave you to settle it with Mr. Rourke. He looked at his mother. He did not want to hear what she thought of this. He knew that his only chance to decide was to make the decision before he heard her. She had stopped, looking at him, ready to turn and leave the room. He knew it was not a pose. She would leave if he wished it. He wanted her to go. He wanted it desperately. He said, "Why, Mother? How can you say that? Of course I want your opinion. What do you think?" So even though his mother didn't even want to, he didn't want his mother's opinion, he still begs for her opinion because he needs people's approval, I guess.
Yeah, he seems like kind of a bitch, doesn't he?
Yeah. But I kind of like this, though, because it shows that in comparison, like, it shows, like, a bad man in comparison to a good man. Like, Howard Rourke is supposed to represent a flawless sort of man, while he's representing the man in all of his flaws. Like, the insecurities of man and how they hold people back. She ignored the raw irritation in his voice. She smiled. "Petey, I never think anything. It's up to you. It's always been up to you." "Well," he began hesitantly, watching her. "If I go to the Beaux Arts, fine, said Mrs. Keating. "Go to the Beaux Arts. It's a grand place, a whole ocean away from your home. Of course, if you go, Mr. Francone will take somebody else. People will talk about that. Everybody knows that Mr. Francone picks out the best boy from Stanton every year for his office. I wonder how it'll look if some other boy gets the job, but I guess that doesn't matter." What will people say?" "Nothing much, I guess, only that the other boy was the best man of his class. I guess he'll take Schlenker." "No," he gulped furiously. "Not Schlenker." "Yes," she said sweetly, "Schlenker. But why should you care what people will say? All you have to do is please yourself." "And you think that Francone?" "Why should I think of Mr. Francone? It's nothing to me." "Mother, you want me to take the job with Francone." "I don't want anything, Petey. You're the boss." He wondered whether he really liked his mother. But she was his mother, and this fact was recognized by everybody as meaning automatically that he loved her. And so he took for granted that whatever he felt for her was love. He did not know whether there was any reason why he should respect her judgment. She was his mother. This was supposed to take the place of reasons. "Yes, of course, Mother, but yes, I know. But Howard..." It was a plea for help. Rourke was there, on a davenport in the corner, half lying, sprawled limply like a kitten. It had often astonished Keating. He had seen Rourke moving with the soundless tension, the control, the precision of a cat. He had seen him relaxed like a cat in shapeless ease, as if the body held no single solid bone. Rourke glanced up at him. He said, Peter, you know how I feel about either one of your opportunities. Take your choice of the lesser evil. What will you learn at the Beaux Arts? Only more Renaissance palaces and operetta settings. What?
My phone died, but I'm back now.
Oh, okay. They'll kill everything you might have in you. You do good work once in a while when somebody lets you. If you really want to learn, go to work, Frank Cone. Go to work. Frank Cone is a bastard and a fool, but you will be building. It will prepare you.
Man.
It will prepare you for going on your own that much sooner. Even Mr. Rourke can talk sense sometimes, said Mrs. Keating. Even if he does talk like a truck driver. What? Does he? I didn't notice that he talked like a truck driver.
That reminds me of when Jesse Coffey said that I reminded him of a seventh-rate truck driver comic.
Yeah. I'm taking another break from reading. Riley left, I guess. I think I was being too... I think I was making too many mistakes in my reading for him to stay. I think it's really funny, though. He said Brody's heated and put a prayer emoji and a crying emoji.
I don't even know what the fuck he means by that. Because I don't think either of us got heated.
I don't know. Maybe he thinks... Because not everybody's standard is the same, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair.
What the hell does Bloods from Gotham even mean? What the hell does it mean?
I don't know. He's trying to insinuate that it's Gotham, but that doesn't even make any sense. I hate young people and the way they talk.
It's funny though. I think I talk much more like a millennial than I do Gen Z.
Yeah. Probably because you spend so much time talking to me.
Well, yeah, but also because my whole life I spent more time talking to like millennials and like Gen X people. Because because I don't know, I always got along more with like adults than I did people my own age.
Same, actually. When I was younger, yes, I've always had a certain amount of contempt for people. So I guess what I'm really saying is I've always been at least a little antisocial.
I feel like there's just like such an obvious like inferiority between generations.
Yeah. Well, look, I even feel disdain for people in my own generation. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I think millennials are still stupid, and Gen X was pretty stupid. Boomers were pretty stupid. Like, we've been going steadily downhill.
I agree. That's why it's funny. When you bring up the fact that the years of today are worse, people are like, oh, every generation says that. It's like, yeah, then maybe they're all right.
Yeah. It's like everybody says that. It's like, I guess.
Like, I acknowledge there's plenty of retarded shit that I've done. You know what I mean? Like, I've been stupid as hell when I was younger. And there's things that I've liked that are fucking stupid and don't hold up. But even then, all the retarded and stupid shit I did and saw and watched and enjoyed is nothing compared to how retarded shit is now.
Mm-hmm. Like, I genuinely, like at least the stuff I grew up with was okay until, like, the 2010s. Then I noticed, like, when it was around the 2010s when I realized, like, oh, yeah, everything on TV is, like, really subpar now.
Oh, I agree. Like, that's the thing with, like, Cartoon Network, right? Like, I think Cartoon Network, the last, like, truly great show was Regular Show.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, like, that wasn't, like, the end of the best era. Because I think that, like, when Cartoon Network, like, the end of its, like, best era was when shit like Flapjack and Chowder were going. Those were, like, the last, like, great, like, that was, like, the last great, like, batch of shows.
Mm-hmm.
And then Regular Show is a standout that came a little later, but was still just as good.
Mm. I remember, like, it went from going from, like, having Flapjack and Chowder and Billy and Mandy and, like, all these Ed, Edd and Eddy and all these great shows, and then all of a sudden it's like all those shows are gone, and what you have is, like, Adventure Time, Regular Show, Uncle Grandpa, Teen Titans Go, and, like, all this shit.
Steven Universe.
Yeah, Steven Universe is probably the worst one.
Clarence.
Clarence isn't that bad. I actually don't hate Clarence.
I never watched it because the art style was really off-putting.
I think the humor works sometimes. Like there's literally a parody of American Psycho in one of the episodes.
Oh, really?
Like the square-headed kid's looking in the mirror and he's like doing, I do this every day. I do this every day.
Nice. But, you know, I think something that I wanted to point out was, like, obviously, like, Regular Show is, like, a standout, though. Like, it's, like, the one, like, good show that started. Like, it's the one truly great show from that era.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Governor.
He just showed up, called me a nerd, and then said a bunch of, like, modern slang and left.
Can you still hear me, Corbin?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I switched headphones because my battery was low on that one.
Well, should I start reading Nietzsche now? Even though I barely read Ayn Rand?
If you want. Up to you. Like I said, I tried to interrupt you less since you said you wanted to do more reading.
Mm-hmm. Should I read the introductions? Reading the introductions I don't really like doing.
I usually skip them. It depends, though. I love how you were doing that British voice when you read Bard.
Yeah. You need to earn the respect of a European woman. Well, it's always him.
Do you think I should buy and review So and So Long?
Yeah, that'd be really funny.
Be like, yeah, I wanted to show my support for my #1 fan, Captain Hardluck.
And then do a parody of his characters in Sergeant Friends. Like they could be like it could be like Foot and Easy Come.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Seriously, what a stupid-looking comic, though.
Yeah, his comic looked really uninteresting. Like it looks really generic. It looks like some
a
shit.
Children's book. Like,
It looks
I
like
know
some.
it is a children's book. But, like I know it's supposed to be a children's book, but it looks like an inferior version of like Eat the Cat or something.
It looks like something I would find at like a school book fair and wouldn't want to read it.
Exactly. Like to me, like I feel like I get more enjoyment out of reading if you give a mouse a cookie.
Yeah. One book I really liked as a kid was the freaking Stinky Cheese Man book for some reason.
Oh no, that book's great.
Yeah. And I also really liked the freaking what are those books? Those monster books that AVGN talked about in the video. They had it at my I remember reading those.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Those monster books, AVG and James Rolfe talks about them. Those there's a Godzilla one, and the Godzilla one literally says that there's the two endings to the King Kong versus Godzilla movie, but it's not true.
Oh, okay, yeah, like those trivia books.
Yeah. Also, that's when I read the scary stories to tell in the dark stuff, and I also for some reason I never actually read Goosebumps, but I read some other like R.L. Stine horror books that were made for like older audiences.
Oh, like Fear Street and stuff?
Something like that.
Um,
Like one was about a killer Santa or something.
I read the Goosebumps books. I watched the show more than I read the books. Because I had a bunch of DVDs of the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even when I was a kid, I actually preferred Haunting Hour over Goosebumps. Like the Haunting Hour had scarier episodes.
I never watched, the only Haunting Hour I watched was the movie, the evil thing, which the Bye Bye Man totally ripped off.
Yeah, it's totally very different from the show.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying, it's funny that the Bye Bye Man just ripped off a concept from R.L. Stine.
Yeah, it's literally the same thing.
Yeah. It's like, oh, the evil thing isn't real unless you think about it. But then, Bye Bye Man, don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it.
Don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it.
Don't say it, I am telling you right now, don't say it and don't think it. I'm telling you, bro, he'll rip your face off, bro. That's actually a reference to a guy who used to work here. Because he was talking about masturbating, and he was like, every time you masturbate, you have a sex with a demon, bro. I'm serious. She'll rip your face off, bro. Don't do it, bro. And, another thing he said was, so we were talking about that shit, and then we started talking about demons and fucking demons, right? Because that's how it started. And then my old friend Big Gay Al comes in, right? Who I was talking shit on earlier. But like I said, I like him. But I do like to talk shit. But he comes in and starts telling me about this thing called the thought theory, about how every time you masturbate, you're having sex with a thought from another dimension. This is the first time I had heard the usage of that version of the word thought. I didn't know what it, I didn't know about THOT. That was my exposure to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy who was telling us about, she'll rip your face off, bro. When Alan came in and said something about thoughts, he's like, oh, thoughts too far. Fuck you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really unexpected because this guy never swore, and he just got mad out of nowhere and then stormed off. It was really funny. I remember one time I did a salute. I gave this guy a salute when he came in, and he's like, "We don't salute here, bro." It was really fucking weird. like his favorite thing to do was when he met you, he'd be like, or whenever you'd come in, he'd be like, "You good, bro?" And like he'd put out his fist to do a fist bump.
When he said we don't salute here, you should have done a Nazi salute.
I used to greet everyone like that at work, and nobody cared. Like, and I'm not kidding. This was like 2 years ago, maybe 3, maybe 4 or 5. But still, it was really fucking recently. And everyone just acts like, "Oh no, we don't do shit like that. That never happened." But it's like, I literally did that, and every fucking person here would reciprocate it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said this in a video, right? There are conversations I had with coworkers at McDonald's that I cannot say on YouTube. That's how soft everyone is now. And like, granted, the things that we talked about, again, they're not topics I'm going to bring up here, but these are topics that were just like normal to discuss amongst people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I guess I will start reading this now. When Zarathustra was 30 years old, he left his home and the lake of his home, and went into the mountains. There he enjoyed his spirit and his solitude, and for 10 years did not weary of it. But at last his heart changed, and rising one morning with the rosy dawn, he went before the sun and spake thus unto it: Thou great star, what would be thy happiness if thou hadst not those for whom thou shinest? For 10 years hast thou climbed hither unto my cave. Thou wouldst have wearied of thy light and of the journey, had it not been for me mine eagle and my serpent. But we awaited 3 every morning, took from 3 thine overflow, and blessed thee for it. Lo, I am
This would be
weary.
really fucking funny in cucumber voice.
Oh, you're right. I should be reading it like that. I'm rereading the whole thing. When Zarathustra was 30 years old, he left his home and the wake of his home, and went into the mountains. There he enjoyed his spirit and his solitude, and for 10 years did not weary of it. But at last his heart changed, and rising one morning, with the rosy dawn, he went before the sun, and spake thus unto it: Thou great star, what would be thy happiness if thou hadst not those for whom thou shinest? For 10 years hast thou climbed hither unto my cave. Thou wouldst have wearied of thy light and of thy journey, had it not been for me mine eagle and my serpent, the serpent cucumber. But we awaited we awaited thee every morning, took from thee thine overflow, and blessed thee for it. Lo, I am weary of my wisdom, the wisdom of the cucumber. Like the bee that hath gathered too much honey, I need hands outstretched to take it. I would fain bestow and distribute, until the wise have once more become joyous in their folly, and the poor happy in their riches. Therefore must I descend into the deep, as thou does in the evening, when thou goes behind the sea, like you go behind America's back, and givest light also to the netherworld, thou exuberant star. Like thee must I go down, as men say, to whom I shall descend. Bless me then, thou tranquil eye, that canst behold even the greatest happiness without envy. Bless the cup that is about to overflow, that the water may flow golden out of it, and carry everywhere the reflection of thy bliss. Lo, this cup is again going to empty itself, and Zarathustra is again going to be a man, and he is going to be a cucumber man. Thus began Zarathustra's downward spiral. Zarathustra went down the mountain alone, no one meeting him. When he entered the forest, however, there suddenly stood before him an old man, who had left his holy cot to see roots, and thus spake the old man Zarathustra to Zarathustra. No stranger to me is this wanderer. Many years ago passed he by Zarathustra, he was called, but he hath altered. Then thou carriedest thine ashes into the mountains. Wilt thou now carry thy fire into the valleys? Will he does is? Fearest thou not the incendiary's doom? Yea, I recognize Zarathustra, pure in his eye, and no loathing lurketh about his mouth. Goeth he not along like a dancer, altered is Zarathustra, a child hath Zarathustra become, an awakened one is Zarathustra. What wilt thou do in the land of the sweepers? As in the sea hast thou lived in solitude, and it hath borne thee up. Alas, wilt thou now go ashore? Alas, wilt thou go drag thy body thyself? Zarathustra answered, I love mankind. Why, said the saint, did I go into the forest and the desert? Was it not because I loved men far too well? Now I love God, men I do not love. Man is a thing too imperfect for me. Love to man would be fatal to me. Zarathustra answered, What spake I of love? I am bringing gifts unto men. Give them nothing, said the saint. Take rather part of their load and carry it along with them. That's kind of gay. That will be most agreeable unto them, if only it be agreeable unto thee. If, however, thou wilt give unto them, give them no more than an alms, and let them also beg for it. Beg for mercy, and I will not give it.
I should do a re-edit of this, Cucumber Clansman.
Yeah. No, replied Zarathustra, I give no alms. I am not poor enough for that. The saint laughed at Zarathustra, and spake thus, Then see to it that they accept thy treasures. They are distrustful and anchorites. They are distrustful of cucumbers, and do not believe that we come with gifts. The fall of our footsteps ringeth too hollow through the screens, and just as at night, when they are in bed and hear a man abroad along before sunrise, so they ask themselves concerning us, Where goeth the thief? The thief. Go not to men, but stay in the forest. Go rather to the animals. Why not be like me, a bear amongst bears, a bird amongst birds? And what doeth the saint in the forest? Asked Zarathustra. The saint answered, I make hymns and sing them. And in making hymns I laugh and weep and mumble, and I shit and I come. Thus do I praise God. With singing,
Cucumber amongst cucumbers.
a cucumber amongst cucumbers. With singing, weeping, gnashing of teeth, laughing, and mumbling, do I praise to God who is my God? But what dost thou bring us as a gift? When Zarathustra had heard these words, he bowed to the saint and said, What would I have to give thee? Let me rather hurry hence, lest I take aught away from thee, these nuts. And thus they parted from one another, the old man and Zarathustra laughing like schoolboys. When Zarathustra was alone, however, he said to his heart, Could it be possible, this old saint in the forest hath not yet heard of it, that God is dead? When Zarathustra arrived at the nearest town which adjoineth the forest, he found many people assembled like the Avengers in the marketplace, for it had been announced that a rope dancer who was pushing rope would give a performance. And Zarathustra spake thus unto the people, I teach you the Superman. He's like really cool. He's like Batman kind of, but he's super. Man is something.
It sounds almost biblical, like with the way this story is written.
Well, yeah, that's the way it's intended.
Yeah. So that makes it even funnier to be in cucumber then.
Yeah. Well, this book's like clearly inspired by like the Gnostic texts. Like it's it's really similar to them. And like Hermetic texts. What is it?
I'm just talking myself. I just said, where the hell is my clipboard?
I thought you said, where the hell is my cucumber?
Where the hell is my cucumber? God damn it. Did I son of a bitch Zado steal my cucumber? What a sick bastard.
Doesn't he know where that cucumber's been?
That cucumber has been in places you don't even want to know. It's not good. That's right. It's nasty. Been in my ass. Why do you think Willie's eyes are all yellow?
Well, you think that? He looks like he pissed on him.
Yeah. I think it's just faded because it's an older plush, but it is funny to joke about.
Yeah, it looks like he pissed on it.
I wouldn't put it past him.
He's a sick little monkey.
The best part is nobody watching this stream later, which let's face it, there's probably not anyone, but they just hear us start talking about the cucumber with no context.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. All of your observations are objective, and you solved all the world's problems. You are a hero. Everything is just a feature. How could I be so blind? Oh, hell, Captain Hardwork. He went to college for our sins. It's true. Look it up.
He did. Oh my god, I need a... Oh, my back. Oh, man.
Trust me, my back hurts. You've stayed in the membrane. Makes it vibrate beyond backwards.
Oh my god. Where was I at?
I don't fucking know.
With singing, weeping, laughing, and mumbling do I praise the God who is my God. But what dost thou bring us as a gift? When Zarathustra had heard these words, he bowed to the saint and said, What should I have to give thee? Let me rather hurry hence, lest I take aught away from thee. And thus they parted from one another, the old man and Zarathustra, laughing like schoolgirls. When Zarathustra was alone, however, he said to his heart, Could it be possible? This old saint in the forest hath not yet heard of it, that God is dead? When Zarathustra arrived to the nearest town, which adjoined the forest, he found many people assembled in the marketplace, for it had been announced that a rope dancer would give a performance, and Zarathustra spake thus unto the people, I teach you the Superman. Man is something that is to be surpassed. What have ye done to surpass man? All beings hitherto have created something beyond themselves, and ye want to be the ebb of the great tide, and would rather go back to the beast than surpass the cucumber? What is the ape to cucumber? A laughing stock? A thing of shame? And just the shame shall cucumber be to the super cucumber? A laughing stock? A thing of shame? Ye have made your way from the worm to man, and much within you is still worm. Once were ye apes, and even yet man is more of an ape than any of the apes. What is it?
We should have a cucumber. We should have a cucumber plant. Like, we should have a cucumber lore character called the Laughing Stalk, who's a beanstalk.
Yeah.
You know, it's a pun on laughing, like stalk,
Yeah.
obviously.
I like that you
The
explained
laughing
it.
stalk.
I like that you explained it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, just like Theron does.
Even the wisest
But I
among
have a
you.
laughing.
That's crazy.
You've heard of the Batman who laughs. Now you have the Stock who laughs. The Laughing Stock.
The Batman Who Laughs is not a good comic, though, actually.
No, I figure it's not.
Even the wisest among you is only a disharmony and hybrid. Hybrid? Like the Mexican? Of plant and phantom? He's a faggot. But do I bid you become phantoms or plants? Well, I teach you the Superman. The Superman is the meaning of the oat. And the oat is a piece of dote. Whittier will say, the Superman shall be the meaning of the oat. I conjure you, my brethren, remain true to the oath, and believe not those who speak unto you of super earthly hopes. Poisoners are they, whether they know it or not. Yeah, I think the word Ubermensch, which is what the word actually is, not Superman, but it's written Superman in this. But but I don't think like that's exact accurate translation. But it's where Superman comes from. I think is Ubermensch, and that's why Superman is called Superman because he's the Ubermensch, right?
Gotcha. Well, I assume it's similar to Chojin, because you know Chojin, which is the actual Japanese word for overfiend. Chojin literally just means superhuman.
Mm-hmm. So the Chojin is the Ubermensch?
Yeah.
Howard Rourke is clearly the Ubermensch, right?
Yeah, definitely.
He is the Ubermensch. Marge, I'm not the Ubermensch.
What about the cucumber mensch?
The Cucumber Mensch? The Cucumbers were wise again. The
Much like Gamos, the cucumbers will wise up.
The cucumbers. The cucumbers with 3 Ks.
Triple K hooligans like moon men.
This stream's been a load of bollocks. What the fuck? Alright, let's continue reading. Wherever the hell I was at. Ye have made your way from the worm to man, and much within you is still worm. Once were ye apes, and even yet man is more of an ape than any of the apes. Even the wisest among you is only a disharmony and hybrid of plant and phantom. Huh?
I said, such is the way of the worm.
Such is the way of the worm, yeah. But do I bid you become phantoms or plants? I hope not. Lo, I teach you the Superman. The Superman is the meaning of the earth. Let your will say, the Superman shall be the meaning of the earth. I conjure you, my brethren, remain true to the earth, the dirt, and believe not those who speak unto you of super earthly hopes. Poisoners are they, whether they know it or not. Despisers of life are they, decaying ones, and poisoned ones themselves, of whom the earth is weary. So away with them. Once blasphemy against God was the greatest blasphemy, but God died, and therewith also those blasphemers. To blaspheme the earth is now the dreadfulest sin, and to rate the heart of the unknowable higher than the meaning of the earth. Once the soul looked contemptuously on the body, and then the contempt was the supreme thing. The soul wished the body meager, ghastly, and famished. Thus it thought to escape from the body and the earth. Oh, that soul was itself meager, ghastly, and famished, and cruelty was the delight of that soul. But ye also, my brethren, tell me, what doth your body say about your soul? Is your soul not poverty and pollution and wretched self-complacency? Verily, a polluted stream is man. One must be a sea to receive a polluted stream without becoming impure. Lo, I teach you the Superman. He is that sea. In him can your great contempt be submerged. What is the greatest thing ye can experience? It is the hour of great contempt, the hour in which even your happiness becometh loathsome unto you, and so also your reason and virtue. The hour then ye say, what good is my happiness? It is poverty and pollution and wretched self-complacency, but my happiness could justify existence itself. The hour when ye say, what good is my reason? Doth it long for knowledge, as the lion for his food? It is poverty and pollution and wretched self-complacency. The hour when ye say, what good is my virtue? And yet it hath not made me passionate. How weary am I of my good and my bad? It is all poverty and pollution and wretched self-complacency. The hour when ye say, what good is my justice? I do not see that I am fervor and fuel. The just, however, are fervor and fuel. The hour when we say, what good is my pity? Is not my pity the cross on which he is nailed, who loveth man? But my pity is not a crucifixion. Have ye ever spoken thus? Have ye ever cried thus? Ah, would that I had heard you crying thus. It is not your sin, it is your self-satisfaction that crieth unto heaven. Your very sparingness in sin crieth unto heaven. Where is the lighting to lick you with its tongue? Where is the frenzy with which ye should be inoculated? Lo, I teach you the Superman. He is that lightning, he is that frenzy. When Zarathustra had thus spoken, one of the people called out, we have now heard enough of the rope dancer. It is time now for us to see him. And all the people laughed at Zarathustra, but the rope dancer, who thought the words applied to him, began his performance. Zarathustra, however, looked at the people and wondered. Then he spake thus, man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Superman, a rope over an abyss. A dangerous crossing, a dangerous wayfaring, a dangerous looking back, a dangerous trembling and halting. What is great in man is that he is a bridge and not a goal. What is lovable in man is that he is an overgoing and downgoing. I love those that know not how to live except as downgoers, for they are the overgoers. I love the great despisers because they are the great adorers, and arrows of longing for the other shore. I love those who do not first seek a reason beyond the stars of going down and being sacrifices, but sacrifice themselves to the earth, that the earth of the Superman may hereafter arrive. I love him who liveth in order to know and seeketh to know, in order that the Superman may hereafter live. Thus seeketh he the own downgoing. I love him who laboureth and inventeth, that he may build the house for the Superman, and prepare for him earth, animal, and plant, for thus seeketh he his own downgoing. I love him who loveth his virtue, for virtue is the will of downgoing, and an arrow of longing. I love him who reserveth no share of spirit for himself, but wanteth to be wholly the spirit of his virtue. Thus walketh he as spirit over the bridge. I love him who maketh his virtue his inclination and destiny. Thus for the sake of his virtue he is willing to live on, or live no more. I love him who dieth not too many virtues. One virtue is more of a virtue than two, because it is more of a knot for one's destiny to cling to. I love him whose soul is lavish, who wanteth no thanks, and doth not give back, for he always bestoweth, and desireth not to keep for himself. I love him who is ashamed when the dice fall in his favor, and who then asketh, am I a dishonest player? For he is willing to succumb. I love him who scattereth golden words in advance of his deeds, and always doeth more than he promiseth, for the seeketh his own downgoing. I love him who justifieth the future ones and redeemeth the past ones, for he is willing to succumb through the present ones. I love him who chasteneth his God, because he loveth his God, for he must succumb through the wrath of his God. I love him whose soul is deep even in the wounding, and may succumb though a small matter. Thus goeth he willingly over the bridge. I love him whose soul is so overfull that he forgetteth himself, and all things are in him. Thus all things become his downgoing. I love him who is of a free spirit and a free heart. Thus is his head only the bowels of his heart. His heart, however, causeth his downgoing. I love all who are like heavy drops falling one by one out the dark cloud that lowereth over man. They herald the coming of the lightning and succumb to heralds. Lo, I am a herald of the lightning and heavy drop out of the cloud. The lightning, however, is the Superman. When Zarathustra had spoken these words, he again looked at the people and was silent. There they stand, said he to his heart. There they laugh, they understand me not. I am not the mouth for these ears. Must one first batter their ears, that they may learn to hear with their eyes? Must one clatter like kettle drums and penitential preachers? Or do they only believe the stammerer? They have something whereof they are proud. What do they call it? That which maketh them proud. Culture they call it. It distinguisheth them from the goatherds, and the goatherds. They dislike therefore to hear of contempt of themselves, so I will appeal to their pride. I will speak unto them of the most contemptible thing, that however is the last man. And thus spake Zarathustra unto the people. It is time for man to fix his goal. It is time for man to plant the germ of his highest hope. Still in his soil rich enough for it, but that soil will one day be poor and exhausted, and no lofty tree will any longer be able to grow thereon. Alas, there cometh the time when man will no longer launch the arrow of his longing beyond man, and the string of his bow will have unlearned to whiz. I tell you, one must still have chaos in one to give birth to a dancing star. I tell you, ye have still chaos in you. Alas, there cometh the time when man will no longer give birth to any star. Alas, there cometh the time of the most despicable man, who can no longer despise himself. Lo, I show you the last man. What is love? What is creation? What is belonging? What is a star? So asketh the last man and blinketh. The earth hath then become small, and on it there hoppeth the last man who maketh everything small. His species is ineradicable, like that of the ground flea. The last man liveth longest. We have discovered happiness, say the last men, and blink thereby. They have left the regions where it is hard to live, for they need warmth. One still loveth one's neighbor and rubbeth against him, for one needeth warmth. Turning ill and being distrustful, they consider sinful. They walk warily. He is a fool who still stumbleth over stones of men. A little poison now and then that marketh pleasant dreams, and much poison at last for a pleasant death. One still worketh, for work is a pastime, but one is careful lest the pastine should hurt one. One no longer becometh poor or rich, both are too burdensome. Who still wanteth to rule, who still wanteth to obey, both are too burdensome. No shepherd in one herd, every one wanteth the same, every one is equal. He who hath other sentiments goeth voluntarily into the madhouse. Formerly all the world was insane, say the subtlest of them, and blink thereby. They are clever and know all that hath happened they are clever and know all that hath happened, so there is no end to their raillery. People still fall out, but are soon reconciled, otherwise it spoileth their stomachs. They have their little pleasures for the day, and their little pleasures for the night, but they have a regard for health. We have discovered happiness, say the last men, and blink thereby. And there ended the first discourse of Zarathustra, which is also called the prologue, for at this point the shouting and mirth of the multitude interrupted him. Give us this last man, O Zarathustra, they called out. Make us into these last men. Then will we make thee a present of the Superman, and all the people exulted and smacked their lips. Zarathustra, however, turned sad and said to his heart, "They understand me not. I am not the mouth for these ears. Too long, perhaps, have I lived in the mountains. Too much have I hearkened unto the brooks and trees. Now do I speak unto them as unto the goatherds. Calm is my soul, and clear like the mountains in the morning, but they think me cold, and a mocker with terrible jests. And now do they look at me, and laugh, and while they laugh they hate me too. There is ice in their laughter." Then, however, something happened, which made every mouth mute and every eye fixed. In the meantime, of course, the rope dancer had commenced his performance. He had come out at a little door and was going along the rope, which was stretched between two towers, so that it hung above the marketplace and the people. When he was just midway across, the little door opened once more, and a gaudily dressed fellow like a buffoon sprang out and went rapidly after the first one. "Go on, Holtfoot," cried his frightful voice. "Go on, lazy bones, interloper, sallow face, lest I tickle thee with my heel. What dost thou here between the towers? In the tower is the place for thee. Thou shouldst be locked up. To one better than thyself thou blockest the way." And with every word he came nearer and nearer the first one. When, however, he was but a step behind, there happened the frightful thing, which made every mouth mute and every eye fixed. He uttered a yell like a devil, and jumped over the other, who was in his way. The latter, however, when he thus saw his rival triumph, lost at the same time his head and his footing. On the rope he threw his pole away, and shot downwards faster than it, like an eddy of arms and legs, into the depth. The marketplace and the people were like the sea when the storm cometh on. They all flew apart and in disorder, especially where the body was about to fall. Zarathustra, however, remained standing, and just beside him fell the body, badly injured and disfigured, but not yet dead. After a while, consciousness returned to the shattered man, and he saw there Zarathustra kneeling beside him. "What art thou doing there?" said he at last. "I knew long ago that the devil would trip me up. Now he draggeth me to hell. Wilt thou prevent him? "On mine honor, my friend," answered Zarathustra, "there is nothing of all that whereof thou speakest. There is no devil and no hell. Thy soul will be dead even sooner than thy body. Fear therefore nothing any more." The man looked up distrustfully. "If thou speakest the truth," said he, "I lose nothing when I lose my life. I am not much more than an animal which hath been taught to dance by blows and scanty fare." "Not at all," said Zarathustra. "Thou hast made danger thy calling. Therein there is nothing contemptible. Now thou perishest by thy calling. Therefore will I bury thee with mine own hands." When Zarathustra had said this, the dying one did not reply further, but he moved his hand as if he sought the hand of Zarathustra in gratitude. Meanwhile the evening came on, and the marketplace veiled itself in gloom. Then the people dispersed, for even curiosity and terror became fatigued. Zarathustra, however, still sat beside the dead man on the ground, absorbed in thought, so he forgot the time. But at last it became night and a cold wind blew upon the lonely one. Then arose Zarathustra and said to his heart, "Verily, a fine catch of fish hath there Zarathustra made today. It is not a man he hath caught, but a corpse. Somber is human life, and as yet without meaning, a buffoon may be faithful to it. I want to teach men the sense of their existence, which is the Superman, the lightning out of the dark cloud. Man, but still am I far from them, and my sense speaketh not unto their sense. To men I am still something between a fool and a corpse. Gloomy in the night, gloomy are the ways of Zarathustra. Come, thou cold and stiff companion, I carry thee to the place where I shall bury thee with thine own hands. When Zarathustra had said this to his heart, he put the corpse upon his shoulders and set out on his ways. Yet had he not gone 100 steps, when there stole a man up to him and whispered in his ear, and lo, that he that spake was the buffoon from the tower. Leave this town, O Zarathustra, said he. There are too many there who hate thee. The good and just hate thee, and call thee their enemy and despiser. The believers in the orthodox belief hate thee, and call thee a danger to the multitude. It was thy good fortune to be laughed at, and verily thou spakest like a buffoon. It was thy good fortune to associate with the dead dog. By so humiliating thyself, thou hast saved the life today. Depart, however, from this town, or tomorrow I shall jump over thee, a living man over a dead one. And when he had said this, the buffoon vanished. Zarathustra, however, went on through the dark streets. At the gate of the town, the grave diggers Dang it, where was I at? Oh yeah, the grave diggers met him. They shone their torch on his face, and recognizing Zarathustra, they sorely derided him. Zarathustra is carrying away the dead dog, a fine thing that Zarathustra hath turned a grave digger, for our hands are too cleanly for the roast. Will Zarathustra steal the bite from the devil? Will then good luck to be the repast? If only the devil is not a better thief than Zarathustra, he will steal them both, he will eat them both. And they laughed among themselves, and put their heads together. Zarathustra made no answer thereto, but went on his way. When he had gone on for 2 hours, past forests and swamps, he had heard too much of the hungry howling of the wolves, and he himself became hungry, so he halted at a lonely house in which a light was burning. Oh, I'm putting this card here for now. Oh man, my back. It hoits. Oh, it hoits. Oh my god. I'm gonna start playing Vice City now. And make the stream about literally nothing. Because you're not even seeing the screen right now.
gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Dang it, I probably should put my heater on. finally continue reading. Wherever the hell I was at. Hunger attacketh me, said Zarathustra, like a robber among forests and swamps. My hunger attacketh me. And late in the night, strange humours hath my hunger. Often it cometh to me only after a repast, and all day it hath failed to come. Where hath it been? And thereupon Zarathustra knocked at the door of the house. An old man appeared who carried a light and asked, Who cometh unto me and my bad sleep? A living man and a dead one, said Zarathustra. Give me something to eat and drink. I forgot it during the day. He that feedeth the hungry refresheth his own soul, saith wisdom. The old man withdrew, but came back immediately and offered Zarathustra bread and wine. A bad country for the hungry, said he. That is why I live here. Animal and man come unto me, the anchorite. But did thy companion eat and drink also? He is wearier than thou. Zarathustra answered, My companion is dead. I shall hardly be able to persuade him to eat. That doth not concern me, said the old man sullenly. He that knocketh at my door must take what I offer him. Eat, and fare ye well. Thereafter Zarathustra again went on for 2 hours, trusting to the path and the light of the stars. For he was an experienced night walker, and liked to look into the face of all that slept. When the morning dawned, however, Zarathustra found himself in a thick forest, and no path was any longer visible. He then put the dead man in a hollow tree at his head, for he wanted to protect him from the wolves, and laid himself down on the ground in moss. And immediately he fell asleep, tired in body, but with a tranquil soul. Long slept Zarathustra, and not only the rosy dawn passed over his head, but also the morning. At last, however, his eyes opened, and amazedly he gazed into the forest in the stillness, And then he arose quickly, like a seafarer, who all at once seeth the land, and he shouted for joy, for he saw a new truth, and he spake thus to his heart. A light hath dawned upon me. I need companions, living ones, not dead companions and corpses, which I carry with me where I will. But I need living companions who will follow me because they want to follow themselves, into the place where I will. A light hath dawned upon me. Not to the people is Zarathustra to speak, but not to companions. Zarathustra shall not be the herdsman and hound. To allure many from the herd, for that purpose have I come. The people and the herd must be angry with me. A robber shall Zarathustra be called by the herdsmen. Herdsmen, I say, but they call themselves the good and just. Herdsmen, I say, gosh darn it. Behold the good and just. Whom do they hate most? Him who breaketh up their stables of values, the breaker, the lawbreaker. He, however, is the creator. Behold the believers of all beliefs. Whom do they hate most? Him who breaketh up their tables of values, the breaker, the lawbreaker. He, whoever, is the creator. He, who, however, is the creator. Companions, the collector seeketh not corpses and not herds, or grave new values on new tables. Companions, the creator seeketh, and fellow reapers, for everything is ripe for the harvest with him. But he lacketh the 100 sickles, so he plucketh the ears of corn and is vexed. Companions the Creator seeketh, and such as know how to whet their sickles. Destroyers, will they be called the despisers of good and evil? But they are the reapers and rejoicers. Fellow creators, Zarathustra seeketh fellow reapers and fellow rejoicers. Zarathustra seeketh. What hath he to do with herds and herdsmen and corpses? And thou, my first companion, rest in peace. Well have I buried thee in thy hollow tree. Well have I hid thee from the wolves. But I part from thee. The time hath arrived. Twixt rosy dawn and rosy dawn there came unto me a new truth. I am not the herdsman. I am not to be a gravedigger. Not any more will I discourse unto the people. For the last time have I spoken unto the dead. With the creators, the reapers, and the rejoicers will I associate the rainbow, will I show them, and all the stairs of the Superman. To the lone dwellers will I sing my song, and to the twain dwellers, and unto him who hath still ears for the unheard, will I make the heart heavy with my happiness. I make for my goal, I follow my course, over the loitering, and tardy will I leap. Thus let my ongoing be their downgoing. This had Zarathustra said to his heart when the sun stood at noontide. Then he looked inquiringly aloft, for he heard above him the sharp call of a bird, and behold, an eagle swept through the air in wide circles, and on it hung a serpent, not like a prey, but like a friend, for it kept itself coiled round the eagle's neck. They are mine animals, said Zarathustra, and rejoiced in his heart. The proudest animal under the sun, and the wisest animal under the sun. They have come out to reconnoitre, I don't know what the hell that word is. They want to know whether Zarathustra still liveth. Verily do I still live. More dangerous have I found it amongst men than among animals. His dangerous paths goeth Zarathustra. Let mine animals lead me. When Zarathustra had said this, he remembered the words of the saint in the forest. Then he sighed and spake thus to his heart, Would that I were wiser, would that I were wise from the very heart like my serpent. But I am asking the impossible, therefore do I ask my pride to go always with my wisdom. And if my wisdom should some day forsake me, alas, it loveth to fly away. May my pride then fly with my folly. Thus began Zarathustra's downgoing. Three metamorphoses of the spirit do I designate to you. Now the spirit becometh a camel, the camel a lion, and the lion at last a child. Many heavy things are there for the spirit, the strong load-bearing spirit in which the reverence dwelleth. For the heavy and the heaviest longeth is strength. What is heavy, so asketh the load-bearing spirit, then kneeleth it down like the camel, and wanteth to be well laden. What is the heaviest things, ye heroes, asketh the load-bearing spirit, would I may take it upon me and rejoice in my strength. It is not this, to humiliate oneself in order to mortify one's pride, to exhibit one's folly in order to mock at one's wisdom. Or is it this, to desert our cause when it celebrateth its triumph, to ascend high mountains, to attempt the temper? Or is it this, to feed on the acorns and grass of knowledge, and for the sake of truth to suffer hunger of soul? Or is it this, to be sick and dismiss comforters, and make friends of the deaf, who never hear thy requests? Or is it this, to go into foul water when it is the water of truth, and not disclaim cold frogs and hot toads? Or is it this, to love those who despise us, and to give one's hand to the phantom when it is going to frighten us? All these heaviest things the load-bearing spirit taketh upon itself, and like the camel, which laden hasteneth into the wilderness, so hasteneth the spirit into the wilderness. But in the loneliest wilderness happeneth the second metamorphosis. Here the spirit becometh a lion. Freedom will it capture, and lordship in its own wilderness. Its last lord is here seeketh. Hostile will it be to him, and to its last god. For victory will it struggle with the great dragon. What is the great dragon which the spirit is no longer inclined to call Lord and God? Thou shalt is the great dragon called. But the spirit of the lion saith, I will. Thou shalt lieth in its path, sparkling with gold, a scale-covered beast, and on every scale glittereth golden. Thou shalt. the values of 1,000 years glitter on those scales, and thus speaketh the mightiest of all dragons. All the values of things glitter on me. All values have already been created, and all created values do I represent. Verily, there shall be no I will any more, thus speaketh the dragon. My brethren, wherefore is there need of the lion in the spirit? Why sufficeth not the beast of burden, which renounceth and is reverent, to create new values that even the lion cannot yet accomplish, but to create itself freedom for new creating, that can the might of the lion do, to create itself freedom and give a holy, nay, even unto duty, for that, my brethren, there is no need of the lion, to assume the ride into new values, that is the most formidable assumption, for a load-bearing and reverent spirit. Verily unto such a spirit it is praying, and the work of the beast of prey. As its holiest it once loved thou shalt, now it is forced to find illusion and arbitrariness, even the holiest things, that it may capture freedom from its love. The lion is needed for this capture. But tell me, my brethren, what the child can do, which even the lion could not do. Why hath the praying lion still to become a child? Innocence is the child, and forgetfulness, and a new beginning, a game, a self-rolling wheel, a first movement, a holy yea. For the game of creating, my brethren, there is needed a holy yea unto life. Its own will willeth now the spirit, his own word winneth the world's outcast. 3 metamorphoses of the spirit have I designated to you, how the spirit became a camel, the camel a lion, and the lion at last a child. Thus spake Zarathustra, and at that time he abode in the town which is called the Pied Cow, the academic chairs of virtue. People commend unto Zarathustra a wise man, as one who could discourse well about sleep and virtue. Greatly was he honored and rewarded for it, and all the youth sat before his chair. To him went Zarathustra, and sat among the youth before his chair, and thus spake the wise man. Respect the modesty and presence of sleep, this is the first thing, and to go out of the way of all who sleep badly and keep awake at night. Modest is even the thief in the presence of sleep. He always stealeth softly through the night. Immodest, however, in the night watchman, immodestly he carrieth his horn. No small art is to sleep, it is necessary for the purpose to keep awake all day. 10 times a day must thou overcome thyself, that causeth wholesome weariness, and is poppy to the soul. 10 times must thou reconcile again with thyself, for overcoming its bitterness, and badly sleep the unreconciled. 10 truths must thou find during the day, otherwise wilt thou seek truth during the night, and thy soul will have been hungry. 10 times must thou laugh during the day, and be cheerful, otherwise thy stomach, the father of affliction, will disturb thee in the night. Few people know it, but one must have all the virtues in order to sleep well. Shall I bear false witness? Shall I commit adultery? Shall I covet my neighbor's maidservant? And that would ill accord with good sleep. And even if one have all the virtues, there is still one thing needful, to send the virtues themselves to sleep at the right time, that they may not quarrel with one another, the good females, about thee, thou unhappy one. Peace with God and thy neighbor, so desireth good sleep, and peace also with thy neighbor's devil, otherwise it will haunt thee in the night. Honor to the government, and obedience, and also to the crooked government, so desireth good sleep. How can I help it, if power liketh to walk on crooked legs? He who leadeth his sheep to the greenest pasture shall always be for me the best shepherd, so doth it accord with good sleep. Many honors I want not, nor great treasures, they excite the spleen. But it is bad sleeping without a good name and a little treasure. A small company is more welcome to me than a bad one, but they must come and go at the right time. So doth it accord with good sleep. Well also do the poor in spirit please me. They promote sleep. Blessed are they, especially if one always give in to them. Thus passeth the day unto the virtuous. When night cometh, then take I good care not to summon sleep. It disliketh to be summoned. Sleep, the lord of the virtues. But I think of what I have done and thought during the day. Thus ruminating, patient as a cow, I ask myself, what were thy 10 overcomings? And what were the 10 reconciliations, and the 10 truths, and the 10 laughters with which my heart enjoyed itself? Thus pondering and cradled by 40 thoughts, it overtaketh me all at once. Sleep, the unsummoned, the lord of the virtues. Sleep tappeth on mine eye, and it turneth heavy. Sleep toucheth my mouth, and it remaineth open. Verily on soft souls doth it come to me, the dearest of thieves. It stealeth from my thoughts. Stupid do then I stand, like these academic chair. But not much longer do I then stand, I already lie. When Zarathustra heard the wise men thus speak, he laughed in his heart, for thereby had a light dawned upon him, and thus spake he to his heart. A fool seemeth this wise man with his 40 thoughts, but I believe he knoweth well now how to sleep. Happy even is he who liveth near the wise man, such sleep is contagious. Even through a thick wall it is contagious. A magic resideth even in his academic chair, and not in vain did the youths sit before the preacher of virtue. His wisdom is to keep awake in order to sleep well, and verily if life had no sense, and I had to choose nonsense, this would be the desirablest nonsense for me also. Now know I well what people sought formerly above all else, when they sought teachers of virtue. Good sleep they sought for themselves, and poppy-head virtues to promote it. To all those belauded sages of the academic chairs, wisdom was sleep without dreams. They knew no higher significance of life. Even at present, to be sure, there are some like this preacher of virtue, and not always so honorable, but their time is past, and not much longer do they stand. There they already lie. Blessed are those drowsy ones, for they shall soon nod to sleep. Thus spake Zarathustra. Once on a time, Zarathustra also cast his fancy beyond man, like all backworldsmen, the work of a suffering and tortured god, did the world then seem to me. The dream and diction of a god, did the world then seem to me colored vapors before the eyes of a divinely dissatisfied one. Ugh. Oh, I can call him again. What happened, my brethren? I surpassed myself, the suffering one. I carried mine own ashes to the mountain. A brighter flame. Wait, what am I reading right now? Hello?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear
Hello?
you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry about that. There was some bullshit with one of my trailers I was sending out.
Were you, did you... There were a couple times... There was somebody watching my stream a couple times, but I don't know if it was you or anybody else.
If it was while I was gone, then it wasn't me because I basically just closed out of everything on my phone and was just dealing with the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You still alive?
Yeah,
Cool.
I was consistently like there was a big break I took because I went to the bathroom and then did some other stuff, but I was consistently reading for a while there.
Good.
Now I gotta start reading again. Good and evil, and joy and woe, and I and thou colored vapors, did they seem to me before creative eyes. The Creator wished to look away from himself. Thereupon he created the world. Intoxicating joy is it for the sufferer to look away from his suffering and forget himself. Intoxicating joy and self-forgetting, did the world once seem to me. This world, the eternally imperfect and internal contradictions, image and imperfect image, an intoxicating joy, so its imperfect creator, thus did the world once seem to me. Thus once on a time did I also cast my fancy beyond man, like all backworldsmen, beyond man forsooth. Ah, ye brethren, that God whom I created was human, work in human madness, like all gods. A man was he, and only a poor fragment of a man and ego. Out of mine own ashes and glow it came unto me, that phantom, and verily it came not unto me from beyond. What happened, my brethren? I surpassed myself, the suffering one. I carried mine own ashes to the mountain. A brighter flame I contrived for myself, and lo, thereupon the phantom withdrew from me. To me, the convalescent, would it now be suffering and torment? To believe in such phantom suffering would it now be to me, and humiliation? Thus I speak to backworldsmen. Suffering was it, an impotence that created all backworldsmen, and the short madness of happiness, which only the greatest sufferer experienceth. Weariness which seeketh to get the ultimate one leap with a death leap, a poor ignorant weariness, unwilling even to will any longer, that created all gods and backworlds. Believe me, my brethren, I was the body, it was the body which despaired of the body. It groped with the fingers, or the infatuated spirit at the ultimate walls. Believe me, my brethren, it was the body which despaired of the earth. It heard the bowels of existence speaking unto it, and then it sought to get through the ultimate walls with its head, and not with its head only, into the other world. But that other world is well concealed from man, that dehumanized inhuman world, which is celestial not, and the bowels of existence do not speak unto man except as a man. Verily it is difficult to prove all being, and hard to make it speak. Tell me, ye brethren, is not the strangest of all things best proved? This ego with its contradiction and perplexity speaketh most uprightly of its being, this creating, willing, evaluating ego, which is the measure and value of things, and this most upright existence, the ego, it speaketh of the body, and still implieth the body even when it musteth and raveth and fluttereth with broken wings. Always more uprightly learneth it to speak the ego, and the more it learneth, the more doth it find titles and humours for the body and the earth. A new pride taught me mine ego, and that teach I unto men, no longer to thrust one's head into the sand of celestial things, but to carry it freely, a terrestrial head, which giveth meaning to the earth. A new will teach I unto men, to choose that path which man hath followed blindly, and to approve of it, and no longer slink aside from it, like the sick and perishing. The sick and perishing, it was they who despised the body and the earth, and invented the heavenly world and the redeeming blood drops. But even those sweat and sad poisons they borrowed from the body and the earth. from their misery they sought to escape, and the stars were too remote for them. Then they sight, oh, that there were heavenly paths by which to steal into another existence and into happiness. Then they contrived for themselves their bypaths and bloody draughts. Beyond the sphere of their body and this earth, they now fancied themselves transported, these ungrateful ones. But to what did they owe the convulsion and rapture of their transport? To their body and this earth? Gentle is Zarathustra to the sickly. Verily, he is not indignant of their modes of consolation and ingratitude. May they become convalescents and overcomers and create higher bodies for themselves. That's a nice glass of poop.
A trailer's a trailer. Shut up, Aaron. Shut your bitch ass up.
A trailer is a trailer, that's right.
Yeah, it's true. A is A. Good job.
Aristotle said something similar.
He sure did.
By the way, I was planning on reading Aristotle next.
It was nice. Yeah.
But now, you know what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking cornbread.
I'm thinking another really long ass smoke break.
Oh, and there was a time when I was camping with my family and we were driving around and on the radio, we just get like amongst all the static, we just hear this fucking black chick's voice go, "I'm thinking cornbread." She like whispered it. She's like, "I'm thinking cornbread." Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it was really weird. It was like, cause like we were just hearing static the whole time on this station, and all of a sudden we just hear, "I'm thinking cornbread."
I'm thinking Lincoln.
That is a stand-up joke for you there. You can put that in the picture. Oh, yeah?
Lincoln's such a good president.
Then you just start making, like, our stinking Lincoln.
Aberdolf
You ever
Linkler.
seen the cornbread guy? No.
You gonna eat your cornbread?
As, that damn beans of cornbread. That's like a fucking, like, online comedian guy that appeared on Tosh.0 who just kept talking about beans and cornbread. And, like, that was his entire joke. Did you have a fucking stage name or did you fucking stop me? That'd be Papa Cornbread. Hey, Papa Cornbread over here.
Poppy cornbread?
Poppy Cornbread. Yeah, that's it. Now, Poppy Cornbread. I gotta get this fucking time when I'm doing my act.
A little puppy corn.
A little puppy corn. I'm gonna do a stand-up special. I literally got a chair. Stand up pretty well-known famous. And I'm just gonna sit there. I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here until all of you leave. It's not a fucking comedy act. It's a fucking faggy modern art piece. If they think I'd be joking at first, I'm gonna find a few laughs. I said, well, you ever seen that video or that like live stream where that guy sat perfectly still for like days? Really? And like, he was on a live stream on YouTube, and like a guy broke into his house on the stream, and he still just sat there and did nothing.
Well, yeah, he did. That's because he does those videos literally every
For
day.
how long? Like, he's good art. Yeah.
Does he still do those videos, I wonder? He probably stopped.
I don't know. Was it a channel just called like Sitting and Smiling or some shit?
Yeah. He just has all of his videos are just live
Like,
streams of him
I'm
doing
sure he had
that.
breaks in between the streams, but like that's all he did when he was live, just sit there. How
Dude.
popular was it? I don't know. It's a weird fucking concept. I wouldn't watch it.
Imagine you're breaking into somebody's house and you just see them doing that creepy shit. You'd leave too.
Yeah, that'd be terrifying. You break into someone's house and they're just sitting in the center of the floor, sitting and smiling the whole while
Yeah.
you break into their house and they don't even react.
Yeah, at that point I would be like, okay, buddy, I'm just gonna go.
You just keep robbing them or being like, I'd probably get the fuck out.
That'd be terrifying, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be horrifying.
I'm
Sign my
terrified.
petition.
I'm terrified.
Sign my petition, or I'll go to your house and kill you, dog.
Listen to me, Republicans, listen.
Are you gonna sign my petition, or is it gonna be your next kid?
We're losing our democracy.
John Wick. Well, no, fair. Both of those lines are actual things that Postal Dude can say when you're doing the petition quest. Some of the fucking guys act really like us. Oh yeah. Some will tell you to fuck off. Other ones will say, no, sorry. And then other ones are like, yeah, sure, why not? When I did the petition one, anytime somebody said no, I fucking brutally killed them. What was the petition you was about? I don't remember. I think it was to make, it was some sort of thing like insulting Congress or something, I don't remember.
I keep seeing
The
memes.
petition in Postal 4 is to put a bidet in every house.
I keep seeing memes for Fallout New Vegas. Literally everybody does the same thing where you shoot the lottery guy in the head.
Oh, yeah, Oliver Swanick. Who
Yeah.
won the lottery? Me, I did.
Mm-hmm. Literally everybody picks that.
Yeah, I always kill him.
It's the obvious right choice.
So, it is, make whiny congressmen play violent video games. That's the petition. He signed his signature is unique. But I don't remember. Hang on, I have the Postal Wiki up right now, so I can just look. Hey. It's not that bad. Yeah. They redo the petition quest in Corkscrew Rules, but it's different because it's just like you're taking a picture of your dick and having 5 witnesses sign to confirm that it's your dick, and then you got to get it notarized. That's unique. The Corkscrew Rules is fucking bizarre.
Bizarrely awesome. Corkscrew Rolls is like so much better than Postal 3 though.
Oh yeah, Corkscrew Rules is way better than 3.
By the way, that video I posted that was from BitChute that was about dualism actually like said that Oblivion was Gnosticism. The Shivering Isles DLC specifically. Gonna scream at the top of our lungs. Yeah, have some fun. Okay. I mean, look at our underwear. Brain free.
Anyway, sorry about that, Corbin. I was ordering food at the drive-thru.
Did you order a number 9, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda?
I did not. I did not actually, but I have ordered that before at like a fucking like there was one place that we went. There was like a shake place, but also sells food, and I went there and I did that, and they didn't even have numbers on their menu, so the guy was really fucking confused, and then I just drove off.
That's awesome.
It was before it was a meme too. Like I had just I had replayed some of San Andreas, and I'm like, how is this not a meme? And so then we pulled through a drive-thru and did it, and then it caught on like a month or two later. People started posting about it, ironically. What are you supposed to order? A number 9, a number 9 large, a number 6, or sorry, a number 7, a number 6 with extra dip, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
A few of those he's ordering for the other guys, but he still ordered a lot for himself. That was obviously a joke.
No, he's not ordering. Like, he's saying that's what he wants.
No, because they ask him beforehand to order stuff for them.
No, they ask him after they all say what they want.
I literally just played the game. Like, watch it again. Because they say the exact numbers that he starts with, and then he adds
I will watch it again, and I'm right. Because he orders all the stuff they order as well, plus more.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that he still ordered a bunch. But he ordered their stuff first, because he's the one ordering for everyone. Like the first stuff, like a number 9, a number 9 large, a number 6, like that's all the stuff they
No,
ordered.
Corbin, you're wrong. He's literally duplicating it and getting the same thing they're getting plus more, all for himself.
They literally say, "Hey, fat man, take the like they basically say like to him that to say that stuff to them." I think you gotta watch the scene again.
No, they don't. They say, "What do you want, fat boy?" Yeah, you're fucking stupid, man. God. Why? Dumbass dropped his debit card. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. Take your stand. Take your shit. I'm going to fucking slap the shit out of you. Gee will. Shut up. It's my car, bitch.
Carl, what do you want? You gotta eat to keep your strength up, man. Hey, I'll take a number 9.
I'm not gonna enjoy it.
Give me a number 9, just like his. Let me get a number 6.
I will protest.
I'll have 2 number 9s. A number 9 large. Give me a number 9. Carl, what do you want? You gotta eat to keep your strength up, man. Hey, I'll take a number 9. Fat boy. Give me a number 9, just like. Let me get.
He says, "Give me a number."
Number 6 with extra dip. I'll have 2 number 9s.
There you go. I guess I'll start reading again. Wherever I was at.
See, Corbin, I figured the joke is he's ordering what they have plus more, like on top of what they order. Like he's ordering their food for himself in addition to them ordering. Because again, why the fuck would you have the guy in the back seat order at the drive-thru?
I don't know. They have the way they word it though makes it seem like it.
You're like, fuck off, Darren. It's fine. Shut up, you bitch-ass cunt. What the fuck? I didn't do anything. You exist. That is enough. Nothing doesn't matter because he literally needs it all anyway.
You know what? I'm glad. I'm glad that Kappas exist.
You're glad that what exists?
Kappas.
You're saying that they do exist? Oh, because it's there enough. Is it left or straight? It's stopped out though, right, Corbin?
What crapped
Or
out?
is it live again?
Oh, it's live again.
Your stream, is it live again or?
Yeah, it's
So
live.
then you heard me shouting at Karen like that.
Yeah. Neither is Zarathustra indignant to a convalescent who looketh tenderly on his delusions, and at midnight stealeth round the grave of his god. but
Out of my
sickness
car.
and a sick frame remain even in his tears. Many sickly ones have there always been among those who muse and languish for God. Violently they hate the discerning ones, and the latest of virtues, which is uprightness. Backward they always gaze toward dark ages, then indeed were delusion and faith something different. Raving of the reason was likeness to God, and doubt was sin. Too well do I know those godlike ones, they insist on being believed in, and that doubt is sin. Too well also do I know that they themselves most believe in. Verily, not in backworlds and redeeming blood drops, but in the body do they also believe most, and their own body is for them this thing in itself. But it is a sickly thing to them, and gladly would they get out of their skin. Therefore hearken they to the preachers of death, and themselves preach backworlds. Hearken rather, my brethren, to the voice of the healthy body. It is a more upright and pure voice. More uprightly and purely speaketh the healthy body, perfect and square built, and it speaketh of the meaning of the earth. Thus spake Zarathustra. The despisers of the body. To the despisers of the body will I speak my word. I wish them neither to learn afresh nor teach anew, but only to bid farewell to their own bodies, and thus be dumb. Body am I, and soul. So saith the child, and why would one not speak like children? But the awakened one, the knowing own, saith, Body am I entirely, and nothing more, and soul is only the name of something in the body. The body is a...
I should do a reading of a pickle for the knowing ones on the Cucumber Clansman.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know about that book, but it's a bunch of nonsense written by this crazy guy named Timothy Dexter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, though? If I ever was at a convention where I could talk to Rockstar, I would literally ask them, was Big Smoke duplicating the order or just ordering for them? That would be the most important question to me. Nothing about GTA 6. I'd be like, was he doubling the order or was he just ordering for them? That would be my first question to them.
Yeah. It's the most important thing
Because
to
I
know.
happen to think I think he was doubling the order because that's much funnier.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it is funnier if the whole thing is his order.
And like I think it's even funnier because he eats everything. So if he doubled it, then he ate double of everything.
He's a fat bastard.
But at the end of the day, the dialogue is ambiguous enough that I have questioned it myself before, but I just chose to believe the funnier alternative.
Mm-hmm. But part of the reason...
Anyway, sorry, I interrupted your reading.
Oh, I was gonna say, part of the reason I like reading Nietzsche and Carl Jung is because they're like, it's like right on the line of being actually like thought-provoking and just being crazy.
Yeah. No, but Tickle for the Knowing Ones is just crazy. Because I don't know if you know anything about Timothy Dexter, but he's a fucking lunatic from like the 1700s.
Mm-hmm. But like, I feel like
And, like, most of the
reading
stuff's written.
reading Nietzsche and Carl Jung reminds me of reading like Lovecraftian horror though. Like H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know that Thus Spoke Zarathustra was Nietzsche, so I didn't know he wrote any novels. I thought he just wrote, like, you know, studies and shit, and, like, philosophical shit.
Yes, Thus Spake Zarathustra is like the most interesting thing he wrote, probably.
Yeah, I think a Tickle for the Knowing Ones would be a perfect thing to read as the Cucumber Clansman.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, it's nonsensical, and it literally has the word tickle in the title.
Pickle?
A Tickle for the Knowing Ones, by Lord Timothy Dexter. We will drive out the Mongol pickles of the Empire. It's
But I think it's funny though, like Nietzsche actually did go crazy himself. Like his last words are literally "Mother, I'm stupid."
Really?
Yeah, and then he went mute. Then he went like mute, like a retard.
I do like how you were telling me how Sigmund Freud would constantly like harass Carl Jung to get his opinion on stuff.
Yeah.
Like he just sent him a bunch of crazy shit.
Yeah, I think it's really funny. I was literally reading Carl Jung's. I read in Carl Jung's book where he's like, and then Sigmund Freud. Like it literally makes me think of like me having to deal with Chizu, like the shit that Sigmund Freud would say to Carl Jung. Like he's like, hey, check this out. Please wait 1 to 5. Hey, look at this. And then Carl Jung's like, why are you talking to me about all this stuff about your mom? And it's like, dude, please wait 1 to 5.
Who are you and why are you talking to me?
I freaking love it though. These people are like all like nuts in there, but they're all really smart nuts. Like I think people that read it and like take it all literal and are like, I mean not literal, but like people that read it and like take it all as like 100, like think of these people as like right about everything are crazy.
Right.
But I mean, I would say the same thing about somebody that believed literally everything that's in an Ayn Rand book, and I still really like Ayn Rand.
Right.
Alright, I need to continue my reading again. The body is a big sagacity. Well, that's a sentence. A plurality with one sense. A war and a peace. A flock and a shepherd. An instrument of thy body is also thy little sagacity, my brother, which thou callest a spirit.
Yeah, but he's nuts.
A little instrument and playing of the big sagacity. Ego, sayest thou, and art proud of that word. But the greater thing in which thou art unwilling to believe is thy body will in its sagacity. It saith,
Sagacity is nuts. They seem to use that word a lot, so it's tempting to not just say it every time.
It saith not ego, but doeth it. What the sense feeleth, what the spirit discerneth, hath never its end in itself, but sense and spirit.
Never its end? What the hell?
But sense and spirit would fain persuade thee that they are the end of all things, so vain are they. Instruments and plaything are sense and spirit. Behind them there is still the self. The self seeketh with the eyes of the senses.
It's funny, because I'm laughing at nothing. Like, you're just reading it straight now, and I'm laughing for no reason.
It hearkeneth also with the ears of the spirit, ever hearkeneth the self, and seeketh, it compareth, mastereth. This sounds so funny with how many F's there are at the end of everything. Conquereth and destroyeth, it ruleth, and is also the ego's ruler. Behind thy thoughts and feelings, my brother, there is a mighty Lord and unknown sage. It is called self. It dwelleth in thy body, it is thy body. There is more sagacity in thy body than in thy best wisdom. And who then knoweth why thy body requireth just thy best wisdom? Thyself logeth. Thyself loggeth at thine ego and its proud prancings. What are these prancings and flights of thought unto me? It saith to itself, A byway to my purpose, I am the leading string of the ego and the prompter of its notions. The self saith unto the ego, feel pain, and thereupon it suffereth and thinketh how it may put an end therido. And for that very purpose it is meant to think. To the despisers of the body will I speak a word that they despise is caused by their esteem. What is it that created esteeming and despising and worth and will? The creating self.
Steaming? Like a steamed ham. A
everything,
steaming pile of ham.
everything you say is so irrelevant.
I'm contributing.
The creating self created for itself, esteeming and despising, it created for itself joy and woe. The creating body created for itself spirit as a hand to its will. Even in your folly and despising ye, each serve yourself, ye despisers of the body. I tell you, your very self wanteth to die, and turneth away from life. No longer can yourself do that which it desireth most, create beyond itself. That is what it desireth most. That is all its fervor. But it is now too late to do so. So yourself wisheth to succumb, ye despisers of the body. To succumb so wisheth yourself, and therefore have ye become despisers of the body. For ye can no longer create beyond yourselves, and therefore are ye now angry with life and with the earth, and unconscious envy is in the sidelong look of your contempt. I go on your way, ye despisers of the body.
You tell me anything's uploading quicker than a lot of your uploads do.
It uploaded?
No. It's at 63%. No, that's much higher than I normally would be, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I checked your account to see what the percentage was at just out of curiosity, but no, it's much higher than I thought it would be.
Ye are no bridges for me to the Superman, thus spake Zarathustra. Joys and passions. My brother, come join me. When thou hast a virtue, and it is of thine own virtue, thou
I
hast...
did that in like Pedro's voice.
My brother, come join me. Hast it in common with no one. To be sure, thou wouldst call it by name and caress it, thou wouldst pull its ears and amuse thyself with it. And lo, then hast thou its name in common with the people, and hast become one of the people and heard with thy virtue. Better for thee to say, ineffable. I've met some girls that were ineffable. Is it and nameless that which is pain and sweetness to my soul, and also the hunger of my bowels? Would thy virtue be too high for the familiarity of names? And if thou speak of it, be not ashamed to stammer about it. Thus speak and stammer. That is my good, and that do I love. Thus doth it please me entirely. Thus only do I desire the good. Not as the law of a god do I desire it, not as a human law or a human cucumber need do I desire it. It is not to be a guidepost for me to super earths and paradises, like the cucumber paradise of cucumber heaven. An earthly virtue is it which I love, little prudence is therein, and the rest everyday wisdom. 'Cause the cucumbers they know. But that bird built its nest beside me, therefore I love and cherish it. Now sitteth it beside me on its golden eggs. Golden eggs as in the golden eggs of the goose. The big goose with the big cloaca.
Thus shouldst thou stammer and praise thy virtue.
He started saying Big Goose. I thought for a second you were going to devolve into an Indian boy.
Once hadst thou passions and callest them evil, but now hast thou only thy virtues. They grew upon thy passions. Thou implantedst thy highest aim into the heart of those passions. Then became they thy virtues and joys. And thou wert of the race of the hot-tempered, or of the voluptuous, or of the fanatical, or the vindictive. All thy passions in the end became virtues, and all the devil's angels. Once hadst thou wild dogs in thy cellar, and I beat them, and I said, "Y'all gonna make me lose my mind." But they challenged at last into birds and charmed songstresses. Out of thy poisons brewedst thou balsam for thyself. Thy cow affliction milkest thou, and then the cow milked me, and then I got totally high. What?
Is it actually mentioning cows?
Yeah.
That's perfect then. It's a perfect timing to do the Indian voice.
Yeah. Thy cow affliction milkest thou. I like to drink the milk, it's like the breastfeeding, but of the cow it took tasty. Now drinkest thou the sweet milk, the sweet, sweet milk of her udder. It is quite a sexual thrill. And
That's
nothing
my other.
and nothing evil groweth in thee any longer, unless it be the evil that groweth out of the conflict of thy
What the
virtues.
fuck is this emoji that fucking Riley put with the fucking purple face? What the hell is that?
I don't know.
Because I'm looking at your chat right now and I see that.
Then wilt thou have one virtue. On no more thus goest thou easier over the bridge. Illustrious is it to have many virtues, but a hard lot, and many a one hath gone into the wilderness and killed himself. And then Logan Paul showed up and took a video because he is weary of being the battle and battlefield of virtues. My brother, come join me. Together we are stronger. Our war in battle evil necessary. However, is the evil necessary are the envy and the distrust and the backbiting among the virtues. Lo, how each of thy virtues is covetous of the highest place. It wanteth thy whole spirit to be its herald. It wanteth thy whole power in wrath, hatred, and love. Jealous is every
Oh, now it is the
virtue of
Columbia clan.
the Colombian clan.
The Columbia clan. The Columbia clan is finally born. And guess who's the widow? Well, the R&B cucumber. Now shut the fuck up and enjoy 100 years of Sony's first distributor. I'm gonna go post in the one for cucumber.
He is my God. Lo, how each of thy virtues is covetous of the highest place. It wanteth thy whole spirit to be its herald. It wanteth thy whole power, it wrath, hatred, and love. Jealous is every virtue of the others, and dreadful thing is jealousy. Even virtues may succumb by jealousy. He whom the flame of jealousy encompasseth, and at last, like a scorpion, the poison sting against himself. Ah, my brother, hast thou never seen a virtue backbite and stab itself? Man is something that hath to be surpassed, and therefore shalt thou love thy virtues, for thou wilt succumb by them. Thus spake Zarathustra. Ye do. Ye do not mean to slay, ye judges and sacrificers, until the animal hath bowed. Oh, there he goes.
I'm on the computer now.
Bellow.
Out of his eye speaketh the great contempt. Mine ego is something which is to be surpassed. Mine ego is to me the great contempt of man. So speaketh out of that eye. When he judged himself, that was his supreme moment. Let not the exalted one relapse again into his low estate. There is no salvation for him who thus suffereth from himself, unless it be speedy death. Your slaying, ye judges, shall be pity and not revenge. And in that ye slay, see to it that ye yourselves justify life. It is not enough that ye should reconcile with him who ye slay. Ye let your sorrow be love of the Superman. He died for our sins. Thus will ye justify your own survival? Superman will defeat Lex Luthor. He's gotta. Tune in next week. Enemy, shall ye say, but a villain like Lex Luthor. Invalid, shall ye say, but not wretch. Fool, shall ye say, but not sinner. And thou, red judge, if thou wouldst say audibly all thou hast done, in thought then would every one cry, away with the nastiness and the virtual and reptile. But one thing is the thought, another thing is the whore, and that thing is, I don't know what the fuck that is. Another thing is the deed, and another thing is the idea of the deed. The wheel of causality doth not rule between them.
By the way, Nietzsche is like a super big inspiration on Berserk.
Yeah.
An idea made this pale man pale, adequate was he for his deed when he did it, but the idea of it he could not endure when it was done. Evermore did he now see himself as the doer of one deed. Madness, I call this, the exception reversed itself to the rule in him.
The streak of chalk bewitcheth the hen. The stroke he struck bewitched his weak reason. Madness after the deed. I call this, hearken, ye judges. There was another madness besides, and is before the deed. Ah, ye have not gone deep enough into this soul. Thus speaketh the wed judge. Why did this criminal commit murder? He meant to rob. I tell you, however, that his soul wanted was not booty. The big juicy booty Latina. He thirsted for the happiness of the knife.
Big ass. Look at that big juicy booty.
Big juicy booty.
Oh.
What mattered about blood? It said, wishest thou not, and wished to make booty thereby, make the big booty, or take revenge?
Booty is more important than water. A man's butt.
No pants, but. And he hearkened under his weak reason.
I know who's y'all are, Chris Hansen, since I call you Chris Hansen.
Like let lace its words upon him. Thereupon he robbed when he murdered. He did not mean to be ashamed of his madness. And now once more lieth the lead.
Is Sparta.
Spartan and on and on. The lead of his guilt upon him. And once more is his weak reason so benumbed, so paralyzed and so dull. Could he only shake his head, then would his burden roll off. But who shaketh that head? What is this man? A mass of diseases that reach out into the world through the spirit. There they want to get their prey. What is this man? A coil of wild serpents that are seldom at peace among themselves. So they go forth apart and seek prey in the world. Look at that poor body. What is suffered and craved? The poor soul interpreted to itself. It interpreted as murderous desire and eagerness for the happiness of the knife. Him who now turneth sick, the evil overtaketh, which is now the evil. He seeketh to cause pain with that which causeth him pain. But there have been other ages and another evil and good. Once was doubt evil and the will to self. Then the invalid became a heretic or sorcerer. As heretic or sorcerer he suffered and sought to cause suffering. But this will not enter your ears, it hurteth your good people. Ye tell me, but what doth it matter to me about your good people? They can bite my dink.
The cock that you stretch with a rock?
Don't they? Don't even stretch their cocks with rocks. Why do I care about your people? Your people are so primitive, they don't even rub shit on their heads.
You don't even have the chair, the penis that comes out the chair and it penetrates you sexually.
No, I don't have a chair like that. Freaking.
Neil is like the best character that you can. Oh, like you just doing an Indian voice became like one of your best characters that you contributed.
Yeah, I really need to do a British guy now. Do you think we should have a little pause where we stop adding new characters in every episode and just try to use the characters we have as much as we can?
Yeah, we can do that if you want. Because we have added like a lot of characters.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a choice. Should we evolve our writing or stay the same?
I think we have evolved our writing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
The show's gotten way better as time has gone on, I think.
Yeah. Man, I do look back at the old episodes though, and I'm like, wow, this is nostalgic.
YouTube deleting all videos on January 10th, 2024 is we post for fake or ignore for real. This will be my last post. Ignore post because it's getting fucking annoying nowadays. There's some guy that was like, that Jesse Coffey like reposted that tried to claim that YouTube would be deleting every video on the website yesterday.
What?
Yeah, what an idiot. He just keeps, this guy's channel, his community tab is nothing but him spamming about this. Here, hold on, let me show you.
What the heck?
Yeah, hold on, let's send you pictures and screenshots. Pictures of Spider-Man.
Send me pictures of Spider-Man's cock. I mean his ass. I mean Spider-Man.
Like, what the hell is this retard on about? Like, he just keeps going on. And there's more. I just keep scrolling and there's just more and more of it. What the hell? Like, what the hell is with all these weird autismos?
Well, you know what? I think I'm gonna start reading politics now.
Okay.
There's an introduction here. I'm gonna skip this. I don't know. Maybe the introduction's important. Should I read the introduction?
Maybe.
Aristotle's Politics raises more clearly than any other text some of the most fundamental issues which confront anyone who attempts to think seriously about the ways in which human societies are organized and governed. These issues are as pressing now as they were in the 4th century BC when the Politics was first written. But although the Politics can still speak to us with a powerful voice, there are a number of ways in which it is unlike any modern text, and in which it can appear puzzling to the modern reader. First, it is not the work of a narrow specialist, but is part of what is probably the most comprehensive history of thought ever devised. We need therefore to relate the Politics to the general principles and methods of Aristotle's philosophy. Secondly, the world in which Aristotle lived was very different from our own. So although the fundamental issues may be the same as those which concern us, the context in which Aristotle raises them may seem very unfamiliar. We have therefore to study the Politics. I understand Aristotle's too based for modern audiences. I think that's what he's going to get to.
Yeah, probably.
I'm just going to skip it all. I don't care.
Yeah.
I just want to get to the base.
Bring the bass.
Damn, this is a long introduction. Alright, Book 1, The Household and the City. The Political Association and its Relation to Other Associations, Chapters 1 to 2. All associations have ends. The political association has the highest, but the principle of association expresses itself in different forms and through different modes of government. Observation shows us first that every city, polis, is a species of association, and secondly, that all associations come into being for the sake of some good. For all men do all their acts with a view to achieving something which is, in their view, a good. It is clear, therefore, that all associations aim at some good, and that the particular association, which is the most sovereign of all, and includes all the rest, will pursue this aim most, and will thus be directed to the most sovereign, I burped when I said that, of all goods.
Nice.
This most sovereign and inclusive association is city or
Inclusive,
polis.
hell yeah!
That's what.
Look at that. Aristotle's all pro-diversity.
Wow. See, anybody can be a slave. The most sovereign and inclusive association is the city or polis, as it is called, or the political association. It is a mistake to believe that the statesman is the same as the monarch of a kingdom, or the manager of a household, or the master of a number of slaves. Those who hold this view consider that each of these differs from the others, not with a difference of kind, but according to the number, large or small, of those with whom he deals. On his view, someone who is concerned with few people is a master. Someone who is concerned with more is the manager of a household, and someone who is concerned with still more is a statesman or a monarch. This view abolishes any real difference between a large household and a small city, and it also reduces the difference between the statesman and the monarch to the one fact that the latter has an uncontrolled and sole authority, while the former exercises his authority in conformity with the rules imposed by the art of statesmanship. as one who rules and is ruled in turn, but this is a view which cannot be accepted as correct. Our point will be made clear if we proceed to consider the matter according to our normal method of analysis, just as in all other fields, a compound should be analyzed until we reach its simple elements, or in other words, the smallest parts of the whole which it constitutes. So we must also consider analytically the elements of which a city is composed. We shall then gain a better insight into the way in which these differ from one another, and we shall also be in a position to discover whether there is any kind of expertise to be acquired in connection with the matters under discussion. Yeah, I need to take a drink of something.
I just bought Hatred.
That's awesome.
Figured I would because it's only like $5.
Would you? Oh yeah, you're gonna work on a regular video today instead of going live.
Not necessarily. I might stream it. I might be too lazy to do an actual video.
Well, then that still works out. But could I be reading in the background while you're doing a stream?
We could do that. Because I was thinking of playing Hatred.
It would be funny. There's just me in the background while you're playing a game, and I'm just in the background reading.
Yeah. And I'm just playing Hatred while you read fucking Aristotle.
Yeah. Aristotle?
Aristotle? How we know her? I love just saying shit that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, because it's just funny to imagine Cucumber Clan saying it.
Like, it doesn't even rhyme or even sound even about like Aristotle. I hardly know her.
Yeah, but it sounds like something you'd say.
Oh, I laugh at my own jokes too much.
Sonic Bones.
More like Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's way funny.
Dude, Sully has a retarded channel name now.
What is it now?
Weeaboo Gaming.
Oh yeah. It's like crossing Vintage Weave and Savage Gamer.
I mean, you already kind of do that all the time.
Yeah.
To distinguish the different forms of association, we must trace the development successively of the association of the household, that of the village, and that of the city or polis. The polis, or political association, is the crown. It completely fulfills the nature of man. It is thus natural to him, and he is himself naturally a polis animal. It is also prior to him, in the sense that is the presupposition of his true and full wife. In this, as in other fields, we shall be able to study our subject best if we begin at the beginning and consider things in the process of their growth. First of all, there must necessarily be a union or pairing of those who cannot exist without one another. Male and female must unite for the reproduction of the species, not from deliberate intention, but from the natural impulse, which exists in animals generally as it also exists in plants, to leave behind them something of the same nature as themselves. Next, there must necessarily be a union of the naturally ruling element with the element which are naturally ruled for the preservation of both, the element which is able by virtue of its intelligence to exercise forethought, it's naturally a ruling and master element. the element which is able by virtue of its bodily power to do the physical work, and if it don't eat rice, the power won't come, is a world element, which is naturally in a state of slavery, and slavery is heckin' cool, dude. And master and slave have accordingly a common interest. The female and the slave are naturally distinguished from one another. Nature makes nothing in a miserly spirit, as smiths do when they make the Delphic knife, to serve a number of
Okay,
purposes.
okay. God damn it. Come on, you bitch, work. Cooperate with me.
She makes each desperate thing for a separate end, and she does so because the instrument is most perfectly made when it serves a single purpose, and not a variety of purposes. Among barbarians, however, the female and the slave occupy the same position, the reason being that no naturally ruling element exists among them, and conjugal union thus comes to be a union of a female who is a slave with a male who is also a slave. This is
Why the
why
fuck is this
our
not working?
poets have said, meet is that barbarous peoples should be governed by the Greeks, the assumption being that barbarian and slave are by nature one and the same. The first result of these
Fucking
two,
bullshit!
it pisses me off.
No, like, it's not capturing the fucking game. So that's a problem. What if I relaunch it? Like, the game's not showing up in OBS when I try to capture it.
Mm-hmm.
So fucking annoying! Alright, let's try full screen again. Okay, let's try this then. Just do full screen. Apply. God damn it, work. Alright, we might have to do what I did for You Don't Know Jack the Ride, which is really annoying. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do full display capture, which I hate doing, but
Full display capture?
yeah, it means it shows everything on the screen. game's showing up. Okay, cool, whatever. I don't know what I did to fix it, but it's working now.
Cool. You know what? I'm gonna take a break from reading to get totally swole. Cause I'm getting tired.
Alright, we're live on my channel as well now.
Live? We're going live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. So the difficulties are story mode, easy, hard, extreme, insane, and then there's a tutorial. We'll do easy. Perform executions on people in agony to replenish your health. That's the only way of healing here. Use WASD to move and your mouse to look around. Hold left shift to sprint. Okay? Run at this obstacle to jump over it. Okay? Obtain ammo. That's hard to read. Hold left anytime to check current objective. Left alt. Highlight any gear and characters on the screen. Okay? The ammo, right? Get to the shooting range. Use left mouse button to shoot in the direction of the crosshair. Destroy 3 targets. Press R to reload.
Dang it, I don't remember where I was at.
Go to the long shooting range, okay?
The female and the slave are naturally distinguished from one another. Nature makes nothing in a miserly spirit, as smiths
Use
do
right mouse button and left mouse button
when they
to...
make the Delphic knife to
to
serve
what?
a number of purposes.
Oh, okay.
Each
Right mouse button
separate
to aim.
thing.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, I get it now.
She makes each separate thing for a separate end, and she does so because the instrument is most perfectly made when it serves a single purpose and not a variety of purposes. Among barbarians, however,
So weird looking postal game? Yeah, I mean,
female
well,
and
it is a
slave
spiritual
occupy
successor
the
to
same
Postal 1.
position. The reason being that no naturally ruling element exists among them. In a
Press G
conjugal
to throw
union,
grenade.
thus comes to be a union of a female who is a slave with a male who is also a slave.
Press
This
4
is
to
why
change
our
grenade
poets
type.
have said,
Kill your drug
meet
captive.
it is that barbarous peoples should be governed by the Greeks. The assumption being that barbarian and slave are by nature one and the same. The first result of these two elementary associations is the household for family. Hesiod spoke truly in this verse. First house and wife and ox to draw the plow. For oxen serve the poor in lieu of household slaves. The first form of association naturally instituted for the satisfaction of daily recurrent needs is thus the family, and the members of the family are accordingly termed by... You know what? I never realized how many of my views came from this book until now.
Yeah. Yeah, for those of you on Unclear. Corbin is reading Aristotle's Politics just in the background while I'm playing Hatred. Isn't that something?
Just having nothing to do with what you're doing at all.
Yeah.
Instituted for the satisfaction of daily recurrent needs is thus the family, and the members of the family are accordingly termed by Charondas associates of the bread chest, as they are also termed by Epimenides.
Never hesitate to kick your enemies with the F key.
The
He said the
Cretan
same.
associates of the manger. The next form of association, which is also the first to be formed from more households than one, and for the satisfaction of something more
I
than
thought he
daily
was reading the
recurrent
Bible.
needs,
Yeah.
is the village. The most natural form of the village appears to be that of a colony or offshoot from a family, and some have thus called the members of the village by the name of sucklings of the same milk, or again of sons and the sons of sons. This, it may be noted, is the reason why cities were originally ruled, as the peoples of the barbarian world still are, by kings. They were formed of people who were already monarchically governed, for every household is monarchically governed by the eldest of the kin, just as villages, when they are offshoots from the household, are similarly governed in virtue of the kinship between their members. This is what Homer describes. A passage which shows that they lived in scattered groups, as indeed men generally did in ancient times. The fact that men generally were governed by kings in ancient times, and that some still continue to be governed in that way, is the reason that leads everyone to say that the gods are also governed by a king. People make the lives of the gods in the likeness of their own, as they also make their shapes. When we come to the final and perfect association formed from a number of villages, we have already reached the city or polis. This may be said to have reached the height of full self-sufficiency, or rather, we may say that while it comes into existence for the sake of mere life, it exists for the sake of a good life. For this reason, every city exists by nature, just as did the earlier associations from which it grew. It is the end or consummation to which those associations move, and the nature of things consists in their end or consummation. For what each thing is when its growth is completed, we call the nature of that thing, whether it be a man or a horse or a family. Again, the end or final cause is the
It's
best.
just crazy to me that people try and say this is like the most violent game ever. This game is nothing.
Yeah. And self-sufficiency is both the end and the best. From the considerations, it is evident that the city belongs to the class of things that exist by nature, and that man is by nature a political animal. He who is without a city by reason of his own nature and not of some accident is either a poor sort of being or a being higher than man. He is like the man of whom Homer wrote Denunciation. Clanless and lawless and hearthless is he. The man who is such by nature at once plunges into a passion of war. He is in the position of a solitary advanced piece in a game of droughts. It is thus clear that man is a political animal in a higher degree than bees or other gregarious animals. Nature, according to our theory, makes nothing in vain, and man
The dialogue in this game.
alone of the animals is furnished with the faculty of language. The mere making of sound serves to indicate pleasure and pain, and is thus a faculty that belongs to animals in general. Their nature enables them to attain the point at which they have perceptions of pleasure and pain, and can signify those perceptions to one another. but language serves to declare what is advantageous and what is the reverse, and it is the peculiarity of man in comparison with other animals that he alone possesses a perception of good and evil, of just and the unjust, and other similar qualities, and it is association in these things which makes a family and a city. We may now proceed to add that the city is prior in the order of nature to the family and the individual. The reason for this is that the whole is necessarily prior to the
I
part.
think if this game doesn't have a suicide button like Postal does, though.
If the whole body is destroyed, there will not be a foot or a hand except in that ambiguous sense in which one uses the same word to indicate a different thing, as when one speaks of a hand made of stone, for a hand when destroyed by the destruction of the whole body will be no better than a stone hand. All things derive their essential character from their function and their capacity, and it follows that if they are no longer fit to discharge their function, we ought not to say that they are still the same things, but only that by an ambiguity they still have the same names. We thus see that the city exists by nature and that it is prior to the individual. For if the individual is not self-sufficient, when he is isolated, he will stand in the same relation to the whole as other parts do to their wholes. The man who is isolated, who is unable to share the benefits of political association, or
I'm gonna die.
has no need to share because he is already self-sufficient, is no part of the city, and must therefore be either a beast or a god. There is therefore a natural impulse in all men towards an association of this sort, but the man who first constructed such an association was none the less the greatest of benefactors. Man, when perfected, is the best of animals, but if he be isolated from law and justice, he is the worst of all. Injustice is all the graver when it is armed injustice, and man is furnished from birth with weapons which are intended, we can
Speaking of
imagine,
weapons,
weapons to serve, intended to serve the purpose of wisdom and goodness, but which may be used in preference for opposite ends. That is why, if he be without goodness of mind and character, he is a most unholy and savage being, and worse than all others in the indulgence of lust and gluttony. The virtue of justice belongs to the city, for justice is an orderling of the political association, and the virtue of justice consists in the determination of what is just. The association of the household and its different factors. The the constituent elements of the household, the three relations of master and slave, husband and wife, parent and child, and the and the fourth element of acquisition. Having ascertained from the previous analysis what are the elements of which the city is constituted, we must first consider the management of the household, for every city is composed of households. The parts of household management will correspond to the parts of which the household itself is constituted. A complete household consists of slaves and freemen, but every subject of inquiry should first be examined in its simplest elements. And the primary and simplest elements of the household are the connection of master and slave, that of the husband and wife, that of parent and child. We must accordingly consider each of these connections, examining the nature of each and the qualities it ought to possess. The factors to be examined, and therefore three: first, the relationship of master and slave; next, what may be called the marital relationship, for there is no word in our language which exactly describes the union of husband and wife; and lastly, what may be called the parental relationship, which again is no single word in our language peculiar to itself. But besides the three factors which thus present themselves for examination, there is also a fourth, which some regard as identical, which the whole of household management, and others as the principal part. This is the element called the art of acquisition, and we shall have to consider its nature. We may first speak of master and slave, partly in order to gather lessons bearing on the necessities of practical life, and partly in
You
order
play
to
that Starface
discover
game one day? I will.
whether we can attain any view superior to those now generally held, which is likely to promote
It's
an
on the to-do
understanding
list.
of the subject. There are some who hold that the exercise of authority
13
over
left, okay.
slaves is a kind of knowledge. They believe, as we said in the beginning, that household management, slave ownership, statesmanship, and kingship are all the same. There are others, however, who regard the control of slaves by masters as
This
contrary
game
to
will be
nature.
included in the Postal Mega Review, just so you guys know.
In their view, the distinction of master and slave is due to law or convention. There is no natural difference between them. The relation of master and slave is based on force, and so has no warrant in justice. Slavery, the instruments of household form its stock of property. They are animate and inanimate. The slave is an animate instrument intended, like all instruments of the household, for action and not for production. Property is part of the household, and the art of acquiring property is part of household management, for it is impossible to live well, or indeed at all, unless the necessary conditions are present. Thus the same holds true in the sphere of household management as in the specialized arts. Each must be furnished with its appropriate instruments if its function is to be fulfilled. Instruments are partly inanimate and partly animate. The steersman of a ship, for instance, has an inanimate instrument in the rudder and an inanimate instrument in the lookout man, for in the arts of subordinate is in of the nature
Whoa,
of
look
an
out,
instrument.
man.
Each article of property is thus an instrument for the purpose of life. Property in general is a quantity of such instruments. The slave is an animate article of property, and subordinates or servants in general may be described as instruments which are prior to other instruments. We can imagine a situation in which each instrument could do its own work at the word of command or by intelligent anticipation, like the statues of Daedalus or the tripods made by Hephaestus, of which the poet relates that of their own motion they entered the conclave of gods on Olympus. A shuttle would then weave of itself, and a plectrum would do its own harp playing, and the situation managers would not need subordinates, and masters would not need slaves. The instruments of which we have been speaking are instruments of production, but property is an instrument of action. From the shuttle there issues
All
something which
citizens
is
obliged to
different
find the
and
nearest police
exists
station for shelter.
apart.
Do it for your safety. I repeat, all citizens proceed to police station for shelter.
And immediate instruments, those instruments must also show a corresponding difference, life and action and not production, and therefore the slave is a servant in the
Planning to
sphere
the
of
police
action.
station. Okay.
The term article of property is used in the same way in which the term part is also used. A part is not only a part of something other than itself, it also belongs entirely to that other thing. It is the same with an article of property, accordingly, while the master is merely the master of the
I
slave
do like the
and
black
does
and white
not
aesthetic
belong
of this
to
game,
him.
too.
The slave is not only the slave of his master, he also belongs entirely to him. From the considerations, we can see clearly what is the nature of the slave and what is his capacity. Anybody who by his nature is not his own man, but another's, is by his nature a slave. Anybody who, being a man, is an article of property, is another's man, an article of property, is an instrument intended for the purpose of action, inseparable from its possessor.
Run! Run, you idiot! No! God damn it!
There is no principle of rule and subordination in nature, and at large it appears especially in the
I
realm
think you
of
can play this game
animate
in first person.
creation.
No, you can't.
By virtue of that
To my
principle,
knowledge.
the soul rules
I
the
already checked
body,
the option,
and by
but I'm pretty sure
virtue
that's
of
not
it, the
true.
master who possesses the rational faculty of the soul
Yeah,
rules
see?
the slave,
No,
who
it functions just
possesses
like
only
this.
bodily powers and
Unless there's something
faculty
hidden
of
gameplay.
understanding, the directions given by another's reason. But nature,
Are you
though
drunk?
she
No.
intends, does not
What the
always
fuck?
succeed in
There's
achieving
a
a clear
setting for are
distinction
you
between
drunk?
men
What happens if I
born
say yes?
to be masters
What
and
does that
men
do?
born to be slaves. We have next to consider whether there are or are not some people who are by nature such
Like how
as
we
are
just got you
here
like monotonously reading
defined
that in the
earlier.
background.
In other words, yeah, there are some people for
Like
whom
you
slavery.
have like so little fucking enthusiasm when you read it.
Yeah. Well, literally, I'm literally reading the part where he's talking about how there are people born as slaves and people born to be masters.
Yeah. Can I save? No, I can't. I think it's save points. So that's another key difference between this and Postal 1. Execute, execute, quick! Run! Run! Fuck this stuff. Fuck off, bitch!
I think it's funny
fucking
that
damn it!
we both have each other in the backgrounds of our streams, contributing nothing to our stream specifically.
I gotta restart the whole fucking level. I mean, granted, that is true if I die in Postal 1 and I don't save. Yeah, I know, your name is not important. I know, you told me already.
It's not important. Why do you keep telling me?
Well, you know, that's like the joke, right? Because, like, the opening cutscene, he says, my name is not important, so everyone calls him not important. Like, his official name is the antagonist, but everyone literally just calls him not important because of the opening cutscene.
I'm gonna start reading Fountainhead again. Even Mr. Rourke can talk sense sometimes, said Mrs. Keating. Even if he does talk like a truck driver. Do you really think that I do good work? Keating looked at him as if his eyes still held the reflection of that one sentence and nothing else mattered.
One thing that definitely makes this harder than Postal 1 is Postal 1, your assault rifle has infinite ammo. This does not.
Mm-hmm. Occasionally, said Rourke, not often. Now that it's all settled, began Mrs. Keating.
Yeah, but it makes no sense that this game has an adults-only rating. Like, that's just ridiculous to me. This could easily be an M rating.
Yeah.
Oh! It can run you over and it kills you instantly.
I'll have to think it over, Mother. Now that it's all settled, how about the hot chocolate? I'll have it out to you in a jiffy. She smiled at her
You
son,
sell sandwiches, don't you?
an
I'll
innocent
take it
smile
on.
that declared her obedience and gratitude, and she rustled out of the room. Keating paced nervously, stopped, lighted a cigarette, stood, spitting the smoke out in short jerks, then looked at Rourke. What are you going to do now, Howard? I? Very thoughtless of me. I know, going on like that about myself.
There is a suicide button. Good to know.
Mother means well, but she drives me crazy. Well, to hell with it. What are you going to do? I'm going to New York. Oh, swell.
Whatever
To get
the
a
fuck
job?
I want, like
To get
Van
a
Margera.
job. In architecture? In architecture, Peter. That's
Have
grand.
you ever
I'm
sat on a
glad.
piece of Gothic architecture for 300 years? Or sorry, 200 years. Gets right up your ass, you know.
I like how Ayn Rand's like, I hate all this cool looking Gothic architecture. I wish everything looked boring.
Right?
That's green. I'm glad. Got any definite prospects? I'm going to work for Henry Cameron. Oh no, Howard. Rourke smiled slowly, the corners of his mouth sharp, and said nothing. Oh no, Howard, yes. But he's nothing, nobody anymore. Oh, I know, he has a name, but he's done for. He never gets any important buildings, hasn't had any for years. They say he's got a dump for an office. What kind of future will you get out of him? What will you learn?
What kind of sociopath would play a game like this?
Wow, do you think Hard Luck would think that game had good morals? Not much, only how to build. For God's sake, you can't go on like that, deliberately ruining yourself. Well, yes, I thought you'd learned something today. I have. Look, Howard, if it's because you think that no one else will have you now, it, look, Howard, if it's because you think that no one else will have you now, no one better, why, I'll help you. I'll work old Francone and I'll get connections and thank you, Peter, but it won't be necessary. It's settled. What did he say? Who? I've never met him.
What did he say?
Then a horn screamed outside. Keating remembered, started off to change his clothes, collided with his mother at the door, and knocked a cup off her loaded tray. Petey, never mind, Mother. He seized her elbows. I'm in a hurry, sweetheart. A little party with the boys now. Now don't say anything. I won't be late. And look, we'll celebrate my going with Franken and Hire. He kissed her impulsively with the gay exuberance that made him irresistible at times and flew out of the room. Up the stairs, Mrs. Keating shook her head, flustered, reproving and happy. In his room, while flinging his clothes in all directions, Keating thought suddenly of a wire he would send to New York. That particular subject had not been in his mind all day, but it came to him with a sense of desperate urgency. He wanted to send that wire now. At once, he scribbled it down on a piece of paper. Katie, dearest, coming New York job, Francone, love ever, Peter. That night, Keating raced toward Boston, wedged in between two boys, the wind and the road whistling past him, and he thought that the world was opening to him now like the darkness fleeing before the bobbing headlights. He was free. He was ready. In a few years, so very soon, for time did not exist in the speed of the car. His name would ring like a horn, whipping people out of sleep. He was ready to do great things, magnificent things, things unsurplus in oh hell, in architecture. Peter Keating looked at the streets of New York. The people he observed were extremely well dressed. He had stopped for a moment before the building of Fifth
He can stab and kill people for no reason, sure. I mean, like, he is sadistic, but, like, this guy's entire goal is to kill as many people as possible.
I think like most of the time when Trevor kills people, it's because he's trying to get like a higher rank and like his whole thing was the Trevor Phillips industry in the beginning of the game.
Right.
He had stopped for a moment before the building on Fifth Avenue, where the office of Francone and Hire and his first day of work awaited him. He looked at the men who hurried past. Smart, he thought, smart as hell. He glanced regretfully at his own clothes. He had a great deal to learn in New York. When he could delay it no longer, he turned to the door. It was a miniature Doric portico, every inch of it scaled down to the exact proportions decreed by the artists who had worn flowing Grecian tunics. Between the marble perfection of the columns, the revolving door sparkled with nickel plate reflecting the streaks of automobiles flying past. Keating walked through the revolving door. through the lustrous marble lobby to an elevator of gilt and red lacquer that brought him 30 floors later to a mahogany door. He was a slender brass.
Mahogany's nuts.
He saw a slender brass plate with delicate letters. Francone and Hire Architects. The reception room of the office of Francone and Hire Architects looked like a cool, intimate ballroom in a colonial mansion. The silver white walls were paneled with flat pilasters. The pilasters were fluted and curved into Ionic and snails. They supported little pediments broken in the middle to make room for half a Grecian urn plastered against the wall. Etchings of Greek temples adorned the panels, too small to be distinguished but representing the unmistakable columns,
Get back here.
pediments, and crumbling stone. Quite incongruously, Keating felt as if a conveyor belt was under his feet. From the moment he crossed the threshold, it carried him to the reception clerk who sat at a telephone switchboard behind the white balustrade of a Florentine balcony. It transferred him to the threshold of a huge drafting room. He saw long, flat tables, a forest of twisted rods descending from the ceiling to end in green-shaded lamps, enormous blueprint files, towers of yellow drawers, papers, tin boxes, sample bricks, pots of glue, and calendars from construction companies. You know what? This reminds me of two different things. One is freaking American Psycho, where they just talk on and on about like all that materialistic stuff, and also what's that story that's like a really bad Harry Potter fan fiction where they describe the details of all the clothes. Yeah, where they describe the details of all the clothes.
Yeah, what everyone's wearing, yeah.
Yeah. Because this book literally does that with every like material possession. It's always like describes it down to like every single detail. But I think it works because it's supposed to be about architecture. But I just think it's funny how much detail goes in, and it fits the point of objectivism. Sample bricks, pots of glue, and calendars from construction companies, most of them bearing pictures of naked women. The chief draftsman snapped at Keating without quite seeing him. He was bored and crackling with purpose simultaneously. He jerked his thumb in the direction of a locker room, thrust his chin out toward the door of a locker, and stood rocking from heels to toes. While Keating pulled a pearl gray smock over his stiff, uncertain body. Francone had insisted on the smock. The conveyor belt stopped at the table in the corner of the drafting room, where Keating found himself with a set of plans to expand the scanty back of the chief draftsman, retreating from him in the unmistakable manner of having forgotten his existence. Keating bent over his task at once, his eyes fixed, his throat rigid. He saw nothing but the pearly shimmer of the paper before him.
Like,
Steady
Postal 2
lines.
is gorier than this.
Yeah. Yeah, if anything, it's just edgier and aesthetic.
Yeah.
The steady
Like,
lines
this
he
is
drew.
gorier than Postal 1, but I'd say that's more of a graphical limitation than anything.
Yeah.
But, like, Postal 2 is way gorier. Like, I guess one of the key differences is in Postal 1, even, you don't have to kill the unarmed people, only the cops. Whereas in this, you have to kill everybody.
Hmm. The steady lines he drew surprised him, for he felt certain that his hand was jerking an inch back and forth across the sheet. He followed the lines, not knowing where they led or why. He knew only that the plan was someone's tremendous achievement, which he could neither question nor equal. He wondered why he had never thought of himself as a potential architect. Much later, he noticed the wrinkles of a gray smock sticking to a pair of shoulder blades over the next table. He glanced about him cautiously at first, then with curiosity, then with pleasure, then with contempt. When he reached this last, Peter Keating became himself again and felt love for mankind. He noticed sallow cheeks, a funny nose, a wart on a
You know,
receding
Ethan has the
chin.
physical release of this game, and the physical release of this game is actually really fucking rare.
Ethan Blair,
Yeah.
stomach squashed against the edge of the
Because like a
table.
big part of Ethan's channel is doing what's it called? Unboxing adults-only rated games, and so he got this from like the official website of the creators, but they don't sell it anymore, so it's really rare to come by.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I'm tired of reading now. I think I'm gonna end my stream and then I'll start watching your live stream.
Okay.